Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israel says one of 4 bodies handed over by Hamas overnight does not match any of the hostages. Pakistan and Afghanistan agreed to a 48-hour ceasefire following a wave of fresh fighting and an airstrike. Right-wing US influencer Candace Owens has been blocked from entering Australia after officials say her controversial views could incite discord. Now, Israel has said one of the 4 bodies handed over by Hamas overnight does not match any of the hostages. As part of the first phase of the Gaza peace plan, Hamas was required to return all 48 remaining hostages. So far, all 20 living hostages and 7 hostages' bodies have been returned. In response, Israel has threatened to restrict aid into Gaza and delay reopening of the Rafah crossing. For more on this, I'm joined by Brigadier General Yossi Kopovosser, head of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and for Security. Thank you so much for joining me this evening.
Thank you, Leigh Ann, for having me.
Hamas says it returned 4 more hostages last night, but Israel says one of the bodies doesn't match any of the captives. Is this chaos putting the ceasefire under enormous strain?
I wouldn't say enormous, but under a lot of strain, because Hamas was supposed to deliver the 28 dead bodies by Monday. This didn't happen on time, and not even one was delivered on time. And then we have a trickle of bodies coming in. More are expected today, and one of them was not even a body of an Israeli hostage. It was a body of somebody we don't know who he was. So this is unaccepted and unacceptable, and we are going to put pressure on Hamas in order to do what they are supposed to do according to the agreement.
The Red Cross said returning hostage bodies from Gaza may take time, given the difficulties of finding remains in the rubble following intense Israeli bombardment. What do you make of this analysis? And is Israel aware that the bombardment did hamper this search effort?
Well, first of all, I think this is highly exaggerated. They must know the whereabouts of most of the bodies. It can't be that they know the location of only so few. They must know much more than that. And it's a political game. Most of all, it's a political game. Yes, they might have difficulties with some of the bodies. Israel never bombarded any place that we thought there are the remains of any of the hostages in. And we have some information, and there's a new structure of experts that are supposed to deliver information from Israel to Hamas about the whereabouts of some of the bodies that we have some information about. But this should be solved within a short period of time. This is not a matter of weeks. This is a matter of a few days at most. It should be solved because we have information and they have information about the location of the bodies.
Israel has confirmed that the Rafah crossing will not open again today. The UN Commission has said Israel has committed genocide in Gaza. Why is Israel limiting much-needed aid to the Palestinian people?
First of all, we don't want to limit the aid, but this is part of the agreement. The aid is conditioned on releasing the hostages and the bodies of the dead hostages. And if this is not going to happen, why are we supposed to do what we are supposed to do in this agreement? There's a clear connection between one and the other. And anyhow, there's no shortage of food and other necessary stuff, necessary material in the Gaza Strip. There's enough. There's more than enough because we have allowed everything coming in for a long time now. So there's no problem of that. And the UN committee that spoke about Israeli genocide is a totally biased committee made of Israel haters. And we should not fall prey to this propaganda.
So it's interesting that you say there's enough aid going in, because the UN humanitarian chief Tom Fletcher today has been speaking to different news organizations, and he said Israel should immediately open crossings into Gaza for humanitarian aid as part of the ceasefire deal. It should happen now. We want it to happen immediately as part of the agreement. So the UN humanitarian chief is calling on Israel to open up the crossings to get much needed medical there's no medical supplies in Gaza. That's what they're saying. There's not enough food. Do you not agree with what he's saying?
No, I don't agree with what he's saying. I think the UN lost its credibility long ago, and we cannot trust anything that the UN is saying. And they should read the agreement. The agreement says that we are going to allow all this aid in once the hostages are back, and the hostages are not back. So, and we are letting aid in. It's just that we're restricting the amount, because the amount we have committed to is way beyond what the Gaza Strip population needs. So we give them what they need, and we wait for the hostages to be returned. That's what where we stand right now. And don't try not to fall into the propaganda of the UN. They're totally incredible.
So what I'm hearing from you right now is that if the bodies are not returned in a timely manner, it will be very difficult for this 20-point peace plan to move on to the second phase. Does this mean that this whole plan hinges on the return of the hostages' bodies? And is Israel prepared to start their offensive again in Gaza City if these remains are not returned, and to break Donald Trump's deal?
Look, we don't want to break anything. We want to see the plan implemented. That's what we want to see. And we were committed to a plan, and the plan should, and the Hamas accepted the plan. They should perform this part of the plan. If we are going to treat plans as if they mean nothing, then how can we make any agreements with anybody? We made an agreement. They should do what they are supposed to do in the agreement. We did what we were supposed to do in the agreement. We were supposed to withdraw to a certain yellow line, and we withdrew to the yellow line. Once we withdrew to the yellow line, there were 72 hours for Hamas to bring back all the hostages. They brought the living ones. They didn't bring they brought very few of the dead bodies. That has to be solved, and then we shall be able to move forward. There's a bigger obstacle expecting us just behind the corner, and this is the refusal of Hamas to disarm. They have to disarm as well. That's another precondition in the plan before anything starts moving in the implementation of the other articles of the plan.
So let's.
We saw yesterday President Trump saying that they are going to disarm. I hope he's right.
Yes, I was actually going to talk to you exactly about that. We heard from President Trump, and that was yesterday, and said Hamas will disarm, or we'll disarm them, and it will happen quickly and perhaps violently. What do you make of his words? And we've also seen scenes coming out of Gaza of Hamas regaining control and asserting their authority on the Strip. Is this a concern?
Of course, this is the biggest concern, because the entire plan hinges on the readiness of Hamas to disarm. And this disarming issue is not only a matter of who's going to govern Gaza. Of course, without their disarming, all the plan is not going to be implemented, because no international body is going to send soldiers to Gaza in order to form the international stabilization force if Hamas is not disarmed. But this is way beyond that. It's about readiness of Hamas to accept and admit that 7th of October was a mistake, and that they should really be removed from power in Gaza, so that we should be able to reach the core of the plan, which is saying that Gaza will not be in the future a basis for launching terror attacks against Israel. This is why Hamas has to resign and to give up the control of Gaza. And this is why we are all waiting to see them accepting that 7th of October was a terrible mistake. I mean, the rest of the Middle East has already accepted it. All those countries that signed or supported the plan understand it. The 7th of October was a terrible mistake and should never be repeated. But Hamas is still against it. And not only that, they are not showing readiness to disarm, but they are busy, as you said, strengthening their control over the Gaza Strip and executing their opponents. That's where we are right now, and it's a big challenge for President Trump and for Israel as well, because we cannot move forward towards peace as is envisaged in this plan unless Hamas is disarmed. And if they are not going to be convinced to do so by the people of Gaza are asking them to disarm because, or some of them asking them to disarm, not all of them, but some of them asking to disarm because they understand that there's not going to be any reconstruction and there's not going to be any hope if they do not disarm. And their friends in Qatar and Turkey ask them to disarm. And of course, the United States and Israel ask them to disarm. And, even the Iranians, there was a big article in an Iranian paper saying that 7th of October was a big mistake. Of course, they look at it from a different angle. But the message was the same, that 7th of October was a big mistake because the Iranian Axis paid such a heavy price. And that's everybody's telling Hamas. They just refuse to listen for the time being. So if they are not going to show readiness to disarm, there's going to be a need to resume the war. You have to remember that the reason they went to the agreement in the first place was the military pressure put forward by Israel. The readiness of Israel to take over the Gaza city and remove Hamas from power was the main reason why Hamas decided that, we don't have any other option but to accept the deal. This is not a good deal for Hamas.
Yossi Kopovasa, great to have you on. Thank you for your insight and analysis.
Thank you.
I'm now joined by Paul McCann, Global Head of Programme Communications at the Halo Trust. Paul, it's brilliant to have you on the show. I just want to explain to our viewers that the Halo Trust is an NGO which focuses on clearing landmines and other explosive devices. Can you give us a sense of the work your teams carry out in Gaza and elsewhere?
Thanks very much for having me on. Yes, we've been operating in Gaza for most of this year, doing explosive hazard assessments, which is something that we've done around the world for more than 30 years. Halo is probably most famous for when Diana, Princess of Wales, walked in a minefield in Angola in 1997 that was being cleared by Halo staff. But we've always worked not just with mines, but with explosives. And currently we're working in Syria, where it's very much an urban problem that we're dealing with, as well as a rural issue. We've also cleared cities in Libya, cities in Iraq, and we're currently working in Taiz and Yemen. So we've got quite a lot of experience in working in these kinds of environments where we use sort of sophisticated equipment to unearth buried explosives from rubble and from pancake buildings in order to allow reconstruction to take place. The difficulty in the Gaza Strip is the scale. The UN has assessed that perhaps 78% of buildings in Gaza have been either completely demolished or severely destroyed and damaged in the last 2 years. And that kind of density of population combined with that level of destruction is going to make it a really complicated operating environment. Where we're working in Syria, there's more space. If we come across a rocket and we need to destroy it in a controlled demolition, then we can set up a cordon around that rocket and around a village, keep all the people at a safe distance and blow it up. That's going to be much more complicated to achieve in Gaza.
And you just mentioned there, the UN has estimated that around 80% of buildings have been damaged or destroyed in Gaza. And there's more than 7,500 tons of unexploded bombs believed to be deep in that rubble. How difficult and how dangerous is this going to be for your teams from the Halo Trust on the ground to try and help up with this cleanup operation? And how many people are you hoping to send?
So the complexity operates at a number of different levels. One is the environment that we're working in. As I said, it's very densely populated. There's so much rubble, and there will also be complicating factors such as the presence of asbestos or other toxic chemicals in the rubble. And of course, sadly, human remains in the rubble. And so we would expect to have to work with imams and other religious figures to ensure that the human remains are treated with respect. Then there are the kind of technical explosive issues that we would imagine we have to deal with. And we'll be dealing with some highly sophisticated, modern and quite expensive munitions dropped by one side. And then in some contrast, the other side will have been improvised improvised rockets and explosive landmine equivalents, for which there are no manuals because they're almost homemade, and dealing with them can be just as dangerous. But as I say, we have got 3 decades worth of experience in dealing with this. One of the things that we specialize in is repurposing the kind of heavy machinery used in the construction and demolition industry, armoring it up and combining that with bomb disposal experts to kind of essentially rake through and clear through rubble, to do so in a way that is safe for people surrounding them and for our own operatives. We expect to have about 50 teams doing this, maybe 2 international bomb disposal experts and a number of assistants working in close partnership with the reconstruction efforts for several years. Possibly, I think the Arab peace planning released a few months ago talked about 5 years of reconstruction in Gaza. So that certainly could be the time period when we're looking at our most intense work there.
And we have seen pictures of people in Gaza making the journey across the strip to their homes in the north following the ceasefire that was announced. Can you just let us have an idea of how safe it is for them in this urban terrain? Like you said, it's very built up and it's very difficult places for you to operate.
So there have already been reports. I saw reports yesterday that some children had been injured having come across some explosive material, and clearly there's inadequate monitoring and reporting at the moment, given that there's not a great deal of stability. What we find, and it's a paradox of peace, really, and that we found this in Afghanistan in 2021 when the Taliban took over and the fighting ended. We found it in Syria at the beginning of this year when, following the fall of the Assad regime, people want to return home and they want to rebuild quickly. And we find people taking matters into their own hands. I've seen piles of explosives that have been moved by farmers in Syria who wanted to farm their fields, get their spring planting in. And so they've moved devices which weren't safe to move because they wanted them out of the way. And we've come across communities where people perhaps deposit cluster bombs and unexploded shells into wells because they think the water will make them safe and somehow kind of degrade their capacity to explode. So there's quite a lot of urgency about this. The sooner there is stability that allows our teams to get in on the ground and start to work with the construction efforts, the safer people will be, because as I say, people are desperate to rebuild. They're desperate to get their lives back together, to go back to their homes and start to sort through the rubble. And the sooner we're able to accompany them and accompany the reconstruction efforts, the more lives and injured people we can save.
Yes, absolutely. And those pictures of people wanting to go back home just shows the desperation to go back to what you know. You mentioned 5 years there to me a little bit earlier, but looking into the future and realistically, how long is it going to be until Gaza is safe and rebuilt?
I think we probably would have to look at it in a couple of phases. And the first may be that 5-year, quite ambitious plan for reconstruction where there's active, building work going on a very large scale. Then you're looking at a second phase where you would have a residual bomb disposal capacity, very similar, in fact, to the way some countries in Western Europe do. Some of the German states have an annual budget of around 20 million euros to deal with unexploded munitions from the Second World War. So 80 years later, there is still a need for bomb disposal experts who are called out when people are doing construction work or farmers in fields come across things. And I suspect that in Gaza, that kind of residual bomb disposal capacity is going to be required for many, many decades to come, as things that were dropped now are unearthed a long time into the future.
Paul McCann, it was fascinating speaking to you. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Pakistan and Afghanistan have agreed to a 48-hour ceasefire after an airstrike and ground fighting sent tensions between the South Asian neighbours soaring, killing more than a dozen civilians. For more on this, I'm joined by digital media and PR analyst Ayab Ahmed, who is in Islamabad. Ayab, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. I just want to begin with, there's been fierce border fighting between Pakistani and Afghan forces, with reports of casualties on both sides. Is today's ceasefire agreement a welcome development, and could this possibly lead to lasting peace?
Well, first of all, it is indeed a welcoming development, and secondly, Pakistan has always been a big advocate for the peace and stability in the region, and Pakistan always supported the peace. This will the time frame of all of this, that how much this lasts, depends on the Afghan side. Upon the TTP side, they have been doing insurgencies, they have been doing the attacks, their militant have been doing the attacks in Pakistan. So we, from our side, there has always been the demand of peace. We have always been, we supported peace all the time. Now it depends on how they behave in the future, because all of this, it started because they started, their militant groups started attacking our civilians. They came at our side and they started attacking our cities, our civilians, our major sites. So in reaction to this, Pakistan started all of that. So it all depends on the other side.
So it's really interesting because there were recent reports of a Pakistani strike on the Afghan capital, Kabul. Pakistan has neither confirmed or denied these airstrikes. What was the reason behind these attacks? And the Taliban says that civilians were killed in these attacks that happened last week, and are saying that this started the tensions.
First of all, Afghan claim is total false. No civilians were killed by Pakistani strikes. And secondly, Pakistan is only targeting the Fitna al-Khawarij, the Fitna al-Hindustan, and the Daesh spots, the militant sites. Pakistan is only targeting those sites which are which carry the main ammunition, which have these TTPs and these Daesh and Fitna al-Khawarij personnel inside. And Pakistan is only doing a targeted operation against the Fitna al-Khawarij, Fitna al-Hindustan, the TTP, and those militants who are involved in destabilizing the peace and regional stability. Pakistan is only doing the targeted operations against that. That is totally a false claim by the Afghans that we killed some civilians. We never went for that. Our main mission was not that. Our mission is just to achieve the peace in the region. And secondly, in Pakistan, we have been warning the Afghan side since a long time now. We have been diplomatically trying to engage them that they should stop acting like this. They should stop by using all of these TTP militants and these people. They should stop creating chaos in Pakistan. They should stop doing it in our soil. We have been doing this a long time. We have been trying to engage with them diplomatically, and they didn't behave till now. So that was the reason we started this targeted operations, and we will continue to do so until they don't behave and they don't stop.
Pakistan is accusing Afghanistan of harbouring armed groups, a charge rejected by the country's Taliban rulers. Does Pakistan have concrete evidence, or is this a baseless accusation which is provoking border tension? Does Pakistan have evidence that Afghanistan is harbouring militant groups?
So the night when all of this border tension started, the very next day, the Director General of the Inter-Services Public Relations from our army, he did a press conference. He showed up all these evidences where these Talibans, where these militants, they were involved in doing these suicide attacks and involved in killing our civilians. We had all the evidence. We showed it in the press conference. Our military spokesperson, he clearly showed all the evidences. And secondly, we also have the evidences, and we showed the evidences that how these militant groups and these TTPs and Khawarijis, they are operating, they are being a proxy of somebody else. They are being used by somebody else, and they are being used against Pakistan, against the Pakistani soil. We showed the evidences of that. And it's not just on this, our side of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. They have been doing this in Balochistan as well, in our other province, Balochistan, been engaged in that as well. So we have all the evidences. We also showed the evidences on the media. That is totally clear. So that is, again, I will say, our stance is just simple, that we want to achieve peace in the region. That's it.
Just finally, I do apologize. We are running out of time. So just let's go for this last question here. Pakistan's Prime Minister has said he intends to nominate President Donald Trump for a second Nobel Peace Prize. Are relations between the US and Pakistan warming, especially after the border clash with India?
So Pakistan, the current leadership of Pakistan is clear that they will do this constructive diplomacy with anyone who will try to achieve the peace, and especially with all the major global powers. And that's the reason the Pakistani Prime Minister again nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, because Pakistan wants to achieve peace in the South Asia, in the Middle East. Pakistan has done it. Pakistan has proved it. And Donald Trump, nominating Donald Trump for this Nobel Peace Prize also shows this, that Pakistan's clear stance for peace was fulfilled by Donald Trump, seen yesterday, that it was the 8th ceasefire that he has done. So we support the world leader or the major global power, whosoever will support the peace.
It was fascinating to talk to you, Ayab. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
You're welcome.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says NATO allies are expected to deliver firepower to Ukraine soon. Speaking ahead of the NATO defense ministers meeting in Brussels, he credited President Donald Trump for pushing allies to step up. Hegseth said Europe's new plan to buy US weapons for Ukraine shows peace through strength. Former Kenyan Prime Minister Raila Odinga has died at the age of 80 years old. A key figure in Kenyan politics, he ran for president 5 times and helped resolve the 2007 post-election crisis. Known as Baba, he was celebrated for his fight for democracy and also human rights. Right-wing US influencer Candace Owens has been blocked from entering Australia after the High Court backed the government's decision. Officials said her controversial views could incite discord. Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke called it a win for social cohesion, and Owens must pay the government's legal costs. Owens appealed the High Court on the grounds that the power burdened the freedom of political communication. And Chinese customs in Shandong have seized 60,000 maps that mislabeled Taiwan and left out key islands in the South China Sea. Authorities said the maps endanger national unity and cannot be sold. As British Prime Minister Keir Starmer looks to implement a digital ID card system in the UK, he's hailed India's Aadhaar system as a massive success. And during his recent visit to Mumbai, Starmer held a meeting with the co-founder of the Indian tech group that helped deliver the ID database more than a decade ago. But the system has been met with some criticism. For more on this, I'm joined by Commodore Chitrapu Uday Bashkaya, Director of Society for Policy Studies in New Delhi. It's a pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Aadhaar is now part of India's fabric. How crucial is the identity document for citizens and their access to important services inside of India?
If I can use one word, I would say that the Aadhaar card, as it is known, is very critical, very important in India for the citizen in terms of a series of transactions in one's daily life. As you said, it was introduced about a decade ago, and this was done by Nandan Nilekani, a very highly respected Indian IT mogul, part of the Infosys company. And what Aadhaar has done is that it has given a 12-digit identification for every Indian citizen and allowed the digitization of a number of services. So today in India, for instance, financial transactions, even very modest levels of financial transactions can be completed using Aadhaar in a very limited time span. So to that extent, it has made digitization a very visible kind of phenomenon in India. But yes, there are some concerns because it is driven by biometrics and the fact that personal data could be misused is one of the concerns about the Aadhaar card. But I repeat the one word, it is very, very important for the citizen in India, the Aadhaar card.
So we've spoken about the importance of it to the citizens in India. Now the UK government is actually hoping to bring in digital ID cards, but there's been fierce backlash, including warnings of expanding state power and also concerns that it might not control immigration like they hope it could. Do you think these concerns are warranted, or has India managed to figure out the system and improve it?
You know, I would say that these concerns have been voiced in India also. It's not as if the Aadhaar is a silver bullet and that it can be used both for the citizen and in terms of its security relevance, which is particularly to track illegal immigrants and all the criminal activities associated with illegal immigration. And in the Indian case, there has been a lot of anxiety about terrorism. So these are some of the other strands associated with Aadhaar. But my sense is that the backlash, the word that you used in UK, is not misplaced because Aadhaar is a tool. It is a tool of surveillance, and much depends on the integrity with which the state decides to use this kind of a capability. This is also driven by technology. There is an increasing amount of digitization, and if this in turn is linked with AI, there are many possibilities for the state to misuse this kind of a tool. So I would say in summary that the concerns in UK are not misplaced, but I hope there would be a constructive debate to regulate the state and its ability to use technological options such as the Aadhaar, which I gather would become the Brit card if it is introduced in UK.
Yes, I haven't actually seen a possible name for it, but the Brit card could be one. So, good idea. The UK Prime Minister did meet with the co-founder of the Indian tech group who helped deliver the ID card database we're just talking about. What do you make of this possible partnership between the UK and India? How do they work as partners when it comes to technology and the advancement of tech, as you just mentioned?
I think this is a very good opening, in terms of the potential, because the United Kingdom, UK, has a certain pedigree and very rich experience in terms of technology and innovation historically. And India and the UK have a legacy relationship. And the visit of Prime Minister Keir Starmer to Mumbai in particular, what was earlier known as Bombay, has been very important, I think, in laying certain tracks for cooperation, and technology is one of them. And if the Aadhaar is taken to Britain and they are able to improvise and adapt it for use there, I think it would open avenues for further India-UK cooperation in digitization per se. And if this is positive in terms of the UK experience, particularly to deal with illegal immigration, it may have a relevance for the European Union, because this is a very major concern there. But these, as I said, are potentialities that need to be worked through. And if India and the United Kingdom lay a very strong foundation, because language is a very important component for any kind of technological cooperation, and English is going to be a very useful component of this kind of cooperation, and India's proven skills in software. So I think, again, there is a complementarity, and one hopes that the British Prime Minister's visit would open avenues for further technological cooperation. And this is also complemented by India's investment in UK now. It's going to bring money and jobs. I think there are about 10,000 jobs that are being spoken about. So it's looking like a potentially win-win situation.
And Commodore, we are seeing an increasing amount of cyber attacks and online fraud. It's becoming more and more common. Is there a concern when it comes to digital IDs and the Aadhaar, as you mentioned? Is it a concern that important information could actually end up in the hands of hackers and could be sold on? Because this is a massive concern that a lot of people do have.
As a security analyst, I would say that there is a very strong probability that information as stored in the Aadhaar could fall into the wrong hands. And this has happened. There have been breaches and personal data has been brought into the black web. There have been reports of personal data derived from Aadhaar being sold and so on. So I think this is a very, very important area, again, perhaps for collaboration, cooperation between countries such as India and the UK, which need to evolve protocols. And I think this is actually inevitable when we talk about technology. If there is a technology that would provide a certain amount of benefit and it is data-based, you will always find criminal elements who would try to find loopholes and misuse. To the extent that data is the new oil, as is often said, I think the hackers, the criminals, and those who are trying to challenge the state and its regulatory mechanisms would always find a way. So I think this is a bit of a cat and mouse, and the state has to be alert. But at the same time, state integrity should be beyond reproach. And that is going to be the challenge for democracies, that they will not misuse the powers that technology will allow them to acquire in terms of surveillance and the citizen.
I have never heard data is the new oil, but I will not forget that you told me that. Thank you so much. I've never heard that before. I do like it. So data is the new oil. Fascinating conversation with you, Commodore Chitrapu Uday Bashkaya. It was a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Pleasure. Let's take a look at the top business news now. The US government has seized more than $14 billion in Bitcoin linked to a Cambodian businessman. The founder of Prince Holdings Group, Chen Ji, was charged with wire fraud and money laundering. Prosecutors said it was one of the largest seizures of Bitcoin in the whole US history. Gold has surpassed $4,200 per ounce threshold for the first time ever today. Its rally has been driven by rising expectations of US interest rate cuts. On Monday, Bank of America forecasted that gold would average around $4,400 a troy ounce by 2026. A reminder of our top stories. Israel says one of 4 bodies handed over by Hamas overnight does not match any of the hostages. Pakistan and Afghanistan agreed to a 48-hour ceasefire following a wave of fresh fighting and an airstrike. Right-wing US influencer Candace Owens has been blocked from entering Australia after officials say her controversial views could incite discord. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Most international media remained centered on the Gaza ceasefire, highlighting the emotional return of hostages and release of Palestinian prisoners. Coverage emphasized both the humanitarian impact and the political stakes of the deal. In the US, however, domestic stories shared the spotlight. President Trump's escalating trade war with China dominated economic headlines, with analysts warning of global ripple effects. Meanwhile, media organizers united in fierce opposition to the Pentagon's new press access rules, framing the policy as a threat to press freedom and government transparency. We'll start with Israeli media, as many outlets reported on Donald Trump's hardline message to Hamas after the ceasefire deal. The Times of Israel highlighted how, speaking at the White House, Trump warned that if Hamas fails to disarm as promised, we will disarm them, perhaps violently, he said. He also accused the group of misrepresentation or misrepresenting the number of hostage bodies and stressed that the job is not done until all are returned. The report notes Trump declared phase 2 of the peace plan underway, focusing on Gaza's reconstruction and security under international oversight. His comments underscored both Washington's leverage and growing impatience. The piece also notes Hamas's violent crackdown on alleged collaborators since the ceasefire, revealing the fragile and volatile reality behind Trump's push to enforce the agreement. In its analysis, the Jerusalem Post highlights the fragile state of the Gaza ceasefire following the release of 20 Israeli hostages. While the transfer marks a symbolic milestone, the deal's second phase, which is returning the remains of 28 hostages and addressing disarmament, faces major obstacles. The peace cites reports suggest Hamas is willing, or unwilling rather, to surrender its weapons, a key clause in Donald Trump's peace plan. Only 8 bodies have been returned so far, and the International Committee of the Red Cross warned that retrieving the rest is a huge challenge. The analysis highlights that the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, where over 20 world leaders endorsed Trump's proposal, with Abdel Fattah al-Sisi calling it the last chance for peace. Yet it also cites analysts who caution the current calm is procedural and not lasting. The piece concludes key Hamas issues, Hamas disarmament, Rafah crossing, and Palestinian political divisions threaten indeed to derail the progress. Sagit Fishman wrote in Hearts, exploring an unexpected and emotionally charged moment during the Gaza ceasefire. Direct video calls between Hamas and the families of Israeli hostages. The article explains that instead of a staged public display, Hamas militants allowed hostages to speak directly with their relatives, bypassing mediators and diplomatic channels. The author argues this was more than a tactical move. It symbolically acknowledged the humanity of the other side. Fishman goes on to say that for years, dehumanization has shaped Israeli-Palestinian perceptions, making conflict more entrenched. These phone calls cracked the wall, however briefly. Though calculated, Hamas's gesture forced both sides to see individuals, not abstractions. And the piece suggests these small cracks in mutual dehumanization won't bring peace immediately, but they do reveal that human connection persists even in war's darkest moments. Palestinian media continue to shed the light on the humanitarian scene in Gaza after the ceasefire. Some reported on the last rounds of violence in Gaza that led to tens being killed. Al-Quds examined the stark divide between Donald Trump and the Palestinian Authority regarding Hamas's recent executions of alleged Israeli collaborators in Gaza. During a meeting, Trump downplayed the executions, describing them as a removal of very bad gangs. In contrast, the Palestinian presidency strongly condemned the actions as horrific crimes, accusing Hamas of violating human rights and undermining the rule of law. The report highlights the conflicting statements, saying they both provoked intense social media debate as many users criticized Western double standards and the Palestinian Authority's silence on Israeli attacks. Others viewed Trump's comments as admiration for displays of power rather than support for Hamas. The piece underscores how this issue exposes competing narratives of justice, resistance, and authority in the conflict. American media also kept an eye on the developments in the Middle East. Newsweek highlights how Donald Trump's approval ratings rose modestly in the wake of the Gaza peace deal. According to the report, national polls, including those from Morning Consult, Rasmussen, RMG Research, and Newsweek, show a small but clear uptick, reflecting a positive public response to Trump's role as a chief negotiator. The graph also visually tracks Trump's net approval from early to mid-October. It shows a steady climb after the October 9th ceasefire announcement, and Morning Consult up 3 points to +8, Rasmussen narrowing from -10 to -7, and smaller gains across other trackers. The piece also notes that while this bump strengthens Trump's image ahead of the 2026 midterms, the ceasefire remains fragile. The New York Times asked why the president of FIFA was at the Gaza summit. The Times examines the unusual presence of Gianni Infantino, president of FIFA, at the Gaza Peace Summit in Egypt, an event far removed from soccer. Invited by Donald Trump, Infantino stood alongside world leaders, promising to help rebuild Gaza's sports facilities. The piece contends that his attendance reflects his increasingly close relationship with Donald Trump, which, of course, dates back to the Abraham Accords and Trump's first term, when the U.S. won hosting rights for the 2026 World Cup. The analysis also cites critics who argue Infantino's growing political alignment undermines FIFA's neutrality. Human rights advocates called his presence deeply troubling, and the piece points out that unlike other global sports leaders, Infantino frequently appears at political events and has cultivated ties with powerful, often controversial figures, blurring the line between sports, diplomacy, and politics. Other stories shared the limelight in America. The Trump's escalating trade war with China, and the Wall Street Journal details how Xi Jinping is taking a hardline stance in the U.S.-China trade conflict, betting that Donald Trump's focus on stock market performance will force him to back down before escalating tariffs. The piece explains that Beijing has tightened export controls on rare earth minerals and also sanctioned a U.S.-linked shipping company, triggering sharp market reactions. Now, while the U.S.'s economy shows signs of strain, the Chinese president faces less political pressure at home, giving China, of course, more leverage. Trump has alternated between combative rhetoric and calls for negotiation, insisting the U.S. economy is strong. And analysts say China's strategy hinges on Trump folding, as in past tariff disputes. The piece concludes attention now turns to the expected Trump-Xi Jinping summit in South Korea, where both sides may seek to de-escalate without major breakthroughs. In the U.S., also, the media, including Fox News, overwhelmingly rejected Pentagon press policy. The Washington Post reported on a rare moment of unity across U.S. media. Major networks, including Fox News, ABC News, CBS News, NBC News, and also CNN, refused to sign the United States Department of Defense's new press policy, calling it a threat to press freedom. The rules restrict journalists from independently seeking information and allow the Pentagon to revoke credentials from those who don't comply. The piece clarifies that the pushback spans the political spectrum, with both mainstream and conservative outlets rejecting the policy, leaving only one America news network in support. The move means that for the first time since 1943, no major outlets will be accredited to cover the Pentagon. Reporters expressed frustration but vowed to continue their work outside official channels. Axios details Donald Trump's public outburst over a new Time magazine cover tied to his Gaza peace deal. The November 10 issue, titled His Triumph, praised Trump's diplomatic achievement, but drew his anger for what he called the worst of all time photo. Let's have a look at the photo. It is over here. The report, of course, explains how he mocked the image on Truth Social, claiming it distorted his hair and gave him a tiny floating crown. The report draws a comparison between how the inside of the magazine article portrays the Gaza ceasefire as a major moment in Trump's second term but the cover itself became a flashpoint. Russia's foreign ministry echoed Trump's criticism, calling the image astonishing, while California Governor Gavin Newsom mocked it online. The controversy reflects Trump's ongoing sensitivity to personal image, even amid landmark diplomatic moves. And we'll end with Le Monde, which published a special report explaining France's deep political crisis. The explainer breaks down how, since Emmanuel Macron's party lost its majority in 2022 and 2024, Parliament has been split into three rival blocs. Two prime ministers, François Bayrou and Sébastien Lecornu, fell amid fights over debt, spending cuts and unpopular reforms. Lecornu returned as prime minister but leads a weak minority. The piece also includes a chart that shows party positions. As we can see over here, left-wing parties want to oust him. Centrists want stability, and Rassemblement nationals want new elections. Now, the main conflicts are budget cuts, pension reforms, and the use of Article 49.3, which is a tool seen as undemocratic. The piece highlights that no bloc holds enough power, leaving France stuck in a fragile, divided political landscape. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
This week, Tasha's Group is opening its first ever cafe in Saudi Arabia. Well, in partnership with the Saudi hospitality group Jania, this new all-day dining venue is located at the heart of the King Abdullah financial district of Riyadh. Well, setting this new F&B venue apart from other branches, there'll be more than 25 handcrafted cakes and puddings. Well, Tasha's, which is already a well-known fixture across the GCC, was founded 20 years ago by Natasha Sideris. Well, she joins us now. Natasha Sideris, the CEO and founder of the Tasha's Group. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Well, thank you for having me.
I just wanted to start by asking you, a very basic question you probably get asked all the time, but how did Tasha's come about? Just tell us a little bit of the brand story.
Well, let me see if I can shorten it. So I've been in the food business for over 30 years. My dad was a restaurateur and worked alongside my dad in some of his concepts while I was studying psychology. I'd go to varsity in the day and have my apron in the boot of the car and help him run his restaurants. And I got addicted. Also worked for another food group and was driving around one day in Johannesburg and realized there was a big gap in the market for, all-day dining that was sophisticated, was exclusive but didn't exclude, and was a little bit more elevated than what was being offered in the country. And I started to brainstorm on what this thing would look like or what this restaurant would look like. And in fact, it wasn't going to be called Tasha's. I didn't want it to be called Tasha's. We had about 50 other names. And in the end, everyone convinced me to call it after me, after my namesake. And I think it is the best thing I've ever done. I'm extremely passionate about the brand. It is the main brand in the portfolio and the main growth brand in the portfolio. And yeah, extremely passionate about it. And that's how it started. And it started in 2005.
Okay, so very exciting time for you. Clearly, so you've just celebrated this 20-year milestone. Now you're entering the Saudi market. Why have you chosen to enter the market now?
Yeah, so we already do have, as a group, 3 of our brands in Saudi. and very familiar with the market. We love the market. We've been extremely well received. We have a flamingo room in Riyadh, as well as an African lounge and a collective. But definitely Tasha's is the first time that we're opening our hero brand in Riyadh, in Kaft, and we have been holding out just for the right location. So been offered many sites, but we feel that launching Tasha's in Kaft, in the financial center, is really a strategic move for us. I think we'll capture breakfast, lunch and dinner, and will be a great transitioning into all of the times of the day to eat, and a great showcase for us.
Okay, and you're doing this in a partnership, aren't you, with the Jania Hospitality Group?
Correct.
Just tell us how that's going to work.
So, Abdulaziz Al-Raji, fantastic restaurateur and an unbelievable human being. We are already partners, and when I say partners, he is our franchisee in Flamingo Room and the rest of the portfolio. And he also has the rights to open Tasha's around the kingdom. And basically, it's an outright franchise agreement. So bricks and mortar belongs to him, and we are in charge of running the brand. The brand belongs to us, and we charge a royalty, and for that we offer certain services. So in many respects, a great partnership. And we'll be there to hold Abdulaziz's hand right through the opening. In fact, there's a team of 8 people at the store, and they have been there for the last 3 weeks getting us ready for opening. And I'll be there myself. I arrive on Sunday, and I'm there right up until the opening and for a few days after, and then come back in November.
What sort of a customer experience are you aiming to create there at this new venue?
I think exactly the same of customer experience that we offer in the rest of the world. It's a wonderfully relaxed environment, but it does feel special. It's exclusive, but doesn't exclude. We're going to bring our amazing food, which we make on order. That's never changed in the 20 years that I've owned the brand. So delicious, fresh food. And then the stunning environment. And I always say, sitting in a Tasha's is like putting your feet up on an expensive couch. It feels familiar, but it still feels really special.
Yeah, you've got some signature dishes, haven't you? Tell us a bit about those, and also the incredible menu of puddings and cakes. Talk us through that.
Yeah. So, very exciting menu coming to the kingdom. Of course, it's our classic menu that we have across all of our branches, slightly tweaked for Saudi. And then a specials menu where we're really going to be focusing on lunch and dinner, so starters, mains, desserts, slightly more elevated, slightly more sophisticated. And we've put a lot of effort and energy into our cakes. And instead of going the French pastry route, which a lot of people have done, we're going extremely homely and extremely comforting in terms of our desserts and our cake ranges.
Okay, I'm told there's going to be a night menu. I'm just wondering if you could tell me what that means. And what does that tell us about the dining culture in the kingdom?
Well, I think that Tasha's does capture breakfast, lunch and dinner. Where we have a more relaxed dinner menu in the rest of our venues, we've decided to do specifically a more elevated starter, main and dessert menu, much the same as we've done in Battersea in the UK. Because I think a large component of people who are dining out and guests who are dining out in the evenings. That's not to say that we don't think we'll have a busy breakfast and lunch, but we certainly have to cater for the dinner. I think Saudis are very much like the Greeks. We like to go out late into the evening, we night owls. So we've got to make sure we're capturing the night trade.
Okay, what's the profile, do you think, of your typical Tasha's customer there in Saudi? Who are you aiming for?
Again, Tasha's is very democratic. We have got various price points. So whether you want to come and splurge, of course you can. If you want to come in only and have a cup of coffee and a slice of cake, you can do that. And then it's for all walks and all types and all ages. Definitely middle to upper income, I would say. It's not a fast food, but it doesn't exclude. And I've always said that about Tasha's as a brand. And I think that's why we've been so successful all over the world, is it doesn't exclude. So, I think we're going to see all walks, all types, and definitely all ages.
Quite interesting, the Michelin Guide has just launched in Saudi Arabia. I think they're going to have their first edition in 2026. You're coming at the same time. Are you hoping to feature in that guide? And do you think this is a sort of a sign of the times? Do you think we're in the sort of the dawning of a new age of dining and F&B?
Well, I certainly hope that Flamingo Room and African Lounge will be featured in the Michelin Guide. I would love for Tasha's to be featured. I'm not sure that Michelin Guide features chain restaurants, and I hate that word chain because Tasha's is really the anti-franchise, and everything that we do is totally bespoke, and we do distinct menus for each location that we go to. So whether Tasha's will feature there, I can only hope, but definitely I think Riyadh and the rest of Saudi is becoming a food capital, specifically Riyadh. I haven't been to Jeddah yet, so I can't speak about that, but some of the top restaurants in the world are featuring in Riyadh. So, yeah, I think exciting times.
A couple of quick questions before we finish. Tell us what it was like setting up in Saudi Arabia. What was the general feeling about the ease of doing business there?
I've got to tell you that I think that the people of Saudi Arabia are a pleasure to deal with. And I think choosing the right partner, as we have done, with Jania and Abdulaziz as a human being, as I said before, absolutely so easy to work with and very enthusiastic and passionate about what he does, makes all the difference. I think it would have been a lot tougher had we perhaps chosen another partner or tried to do it ourselves. But choosing the right partner has made it easy. We've had no issues. The build has been very, very easy. The quality of the build has been great, easy to find supplies, and very much the same as Dubai. But again, I think it comes down to partnership and franchisees. It's all about the people at the end of the day.
Okay, just lastly, I'm told you've got some quite bold expansion plans for the next couple of years. I mean, just tell us a bit about those and whether they include further expansion in Saudi.
Definitely further expansion in Saudi. I think Abdulaziz has got about 5 or 6 locations that he wants to show me. We are talking about a couple of our other brands, possibly also bringing Avli into the kingdom. So I would say another 4 or 5, not this year, over the next 2 to 3 years in Saudi. And then we have 17 new openings between now and the end of 2026. So going to be a very challenging time for the group. And we will focus on the things that are important for us. And that is creating these beautiful spaces, making sure that our food's made fresh on order, just this delicious product. And most importantly is hospitality. I think that a lot of restaurateurs are forgetting that the reason we open restaurants is to make our guests happy. And that's what we hope to continue to do. So yeah, it's going to be challenging, 17 stores, but extremely exciting. And the team's ready, and we've scaled, we've invested way ahead of the curve in terms of head office and being able to support this growth and taken a long-term view. So yeah.
Okay, well, with all of that going on, I'm doubly grateful to you for taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Natasha Sideris, CEO and founder of the Tasha's Group. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
I read the book and I knew that Jesse and Paul, who I've worked with both of them before, and they're both very dear to me, and so I would jump at the chance to be part of that. And then I subsequently read a script, and it was I was keeping my fingers crossed that they hadn't messed it up, and they hadn't. It was amazing. So yeah.
Tell me a story.
What story would you like?
Something that moves you.
I did a little bit of researching on Hamnet and how old he was when he died. He was 11, and there's a lot of things that people don't know because obviously it was a long time ago. So there's some things that we can't find out. But so some of this movie is obviously fictional. That's not exactly what happened.
Will you be brave?
Yes.
Will you be brave?
Deep, dark, black void.
The novel had the same heartbeat as me as an editor. To me, it's a piece of poetry. It's a beautiful metaphor that will allow so many people from different walks of life to project what they are going through onto it. A timeless piece of writing that is poetic does that. So I thought it's a great container to make a film in. And me and Maggie did a first pass, just putting everything in chronological order, and we went from there.
What do you see?
What do you see?
You will live.
The thing that you have to do when faced with a situation like this is try and educate yourself, because you can't just take from the perspective that, one person is bad or one person is good. You have to have a little look into the side of somebody's life and how they've grown up, or what they've experienced. And, I found a lot of detail on record of Herman. There's a lot to learn.
I'm going to put Herman Goering on trial. He's the face of the Nazis now. As he falls, so do they all.
Evil tried to outwit me, but no man has ever beaten me.
I think that it's been such a springboard launchpad for so many independent films and directors, writers and actors and producers that it's, from my point of view, absolutely invaluable.
It's about the nature of evil, but then inside of that is just a particular historical thriller of a film that was really well made with great actors, and so I was just glad to be a part of it.
Dr. Kelly, can you tell me what I'm doing here? You couldn't say, Doc, I'm just a translator. Translator for what? We'll see.
I didn't know that there was a psychiatrist, that Rami plays a psychiatrist whose job was to determine the mental well-being of Herman Goering, played by Russell Crowe, to stand trial.
I think at a certain point I began to understand what I thought his ambitions were, and how potentially his ambitions were corrupted, and how at a certain point, as sure of himself and as confident in himself as he was, how he lost control of the narrative, and it was a fascinating character to play.
This war ends in a courtroom.
The world needs to know what these men did,
so that it can never happen again.
So this is a particularly endearing type of film, but when you're directed by an actor, how much does it change the experience for you?
Well, it depends on the actor. But with Scarlett, it was really easy. She's a phenomenal communicator, and obviously everybody knows she's an extraordinary actress, but she just has this way of, she just had an ability to slip seamlessly into being able to describe and sort of engage people with her vision and the tonality that she wanted for this film, and I think her capacity to choose her heads of department and to cast it, was just really exquisite. So it was a really fun experience.
Hi, I'm Eleanor.
I was wondering if I could feature you in my article. I did pick a subject for my journalism project.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I'm actually profiling a Holocaust survivor.
What did you love most about directing?
I love the collaborative spirit of directing. That's the best part, is that I got to work with really some of my favorite artists. Dustin O'Halloran, who's here today, who's an amazing composer. Hélène Nouvelle, our DP, who's absolutely extraordinary. I mean, there were so many people that came together to make this movie just out of the love for the script and for June's work. And I loved the collaborative part of it so much. We were in Cannes earlier this year, which was so extraordinary. Now we're in Toronto and feeling all the June love. I love June, and so getting to watch everybody else experience her is really special. And I know for her as well, because we've talked about it, I think she's also kind of having the time of her life, which is at almost 96 in November. I mean, it's pretty extraordinary. So I just feel very privileged to be any part of that.
We lived together for 11 years. And sometimes when you live with someone for that long, you forget where you end and they begin.
I love you, Elle.
I was pretty young when all this started. Now all we do is run and fight. There's no way to live.
I do feel, throughout the series and throughout the spin-offs, that there is a sense of hopefulness that slowly creeps up. Is that something you were hoping for since the beginning? Well, did you ever expect that it would be so long in terms of, seasons and spin-offs and all that?
No, I mean, it's hard to predict that you're going to be successful for this long at something. But that theme that you're talking about, that dialogue in that spot in the series was my idea. I wanted to introduce that. So the writers agreed with that and took that and sort of spread it out and made it sort of a theme of the show. I mean, I knew what we were about to get into, and I thought for Daryl's character, him sort of having a pre-thought of that idea, of that sort of different way of thinking, was a good through line for his character while all these things were happening. So I kind of introduced it.
That man there is Bill King. So the town offers up one of your daughters. In return, you get a truck full of guns?
They call it security. I call it extortion.
It's very much like Tentacles, this story. It could go anyway because, there's so much to explore because we're kind of, seeing a blank canvas of a world. How excited are you when you receive a new script or a new storyline or see, where the writers have gone? Are you still surprised?
I am still surprised. That was part of the reason why when we came to Europe, we got new writers, new showrunner, new directors. We didn't want to take the old show and just pick it up and keep doing it somewhere else. When they offered me the spinoff, I sort of insisted or strongly wanted new blood, new ideas, fresh stuff, and to go with the backdrop that's brand new and have the show be in the language in the country that we're filming in. I think there's a tendency to be afraid of that. Well, this is what works. Keep doing that, but we didn't want to just keep doing the same thing, It's still in an apocalyptic world. There's still death everywhere. There's still everybody trying to take your stuff. There's that hierarchy of the fittest survive. That is still there. But as far as the characters and the settings and the passion involved with whatever country we're filming in, it's all brand new. And I think part of the story is Daryl not knowing what we're talking about, trying to figure it out. Is this going to be a fight? Are we getting along? Are you an ally? Are you not? I think that's part of the story. So we had to keep certain elements that were natural.
Yeah, absolutely. It works. It works. It's working. Thank you so much. Always nice to talk to you, Norman. Have a great day.
Yeah.
We have to fight them. We gotta kill the next king of Spain. Let's keep doing that. Let's keep never giving up. So where'd all the people go?
You're looking at the last Englishman in England. I couldn't sail the boat alone.
An exciting new season, and I think the infinite opportunities of what The Walking Dead and Daryl Dixon series have show in this one, because you explore a whole new aspect, don't you?
Yes, I think it's this whole world is opened up to them in such a big way and an unexpected way ever since they got to France and now Spain and pit stop in London and
and God knows how many adventures on the way.
Right, and how this world affects them, the people that they meet along the way, is great material for finding out more about these characters and how they're going to survive this part of the world.
This isn't really music. I don't think so.
Welcome to Solar del Mar.
Were the locations an exciting part of doing this? Was this the most location-rich of the 3 seasons?
Absolutely stunning locations. The locations are a huge part of the show and a huge part of what makes shooting it so fun for the cast and the crew, but also the cast and the crew that we're working with here have been amazing.
Yes, well, it sounds like it. Anyway, those sets look fabulous.
That man there, he's the king.
So the town offers up one of your daughters, and in return you get a truck full of guns?
They call it security. I call it extortion.
Have you always discussed with Norman the dynamic of the 2 characters and how they would evolve? Has the evolution of the characters been a surprise, or they've been always part of the forward story of the characters for you?
Norman and I, personally, we don't discuss with each other a whole lot about our characters, and we do chime in on some of the material sometimes, and that's pretty much the extent. But to see them evolve, it's refreshing to step out of their comfort zone, to step out of what's familiar to them, has opened the doors to a lot more exploration for these 2 characters. And I won't speak for him, but I can tell he's enjoying it too.
He does enjoy it a lot.
We have to fight them. We gotta kill the next king of Spain.
Are you able to gauge from the fans what makes those characters so, loved by them, engaged by them? The whole, Walking Dead universe, but in particular here.
From what I can gather from the fans, Carol is an inspiration to a lot of people.
She is.
Yeah, her life's journey so far, and that's a beautiful thing to me. And I think Carol and Daryl are just such a great duo. It's beyond permission that they give one another. It's an unconditional type of beautiful relationship that they have.
And it's unusual as well, it's unexpected and unusual, and I think the different dynamic that they have is what makes the fans love it.
First you survive what happened to you, and after time, if you're lucky, start living again.
Let's keep doing that. Let's keep never giving up.
What are you going to do about this baby?
Hello, it's such a pleasure to talk to you about this film. Yes. I'm not going to spoil why your 2 characters don't have many scenes together, but they are mother and daughter. So how did you connect together to kind of study their backstory and what would have happened to them?
I think a lot of what I was doing, at least at the start, because I didn't get to meet her until further along into filming. So I think honing in on that longing of wanting to know her, the longing of wanting to know her as a person, but also her as Perfidia, and hearing like Leonardo DiCaprio talk about who she was and how she was doing on set, and also hearing Paul talk about how she was and how she was performing on set. I think honing in on that really, in my mind, solidified our connection.
Yeah, I agree. It's like the wonder.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to meet her. Where is she? You know,
exactly.
I think, the
longing.
Exactly. And then I think what made it even doper for me was when we finally did get to meet, we like instantly clicked. You know, we instantly loved on each other. So it was also easy, but also hard to do some of the more difficult scenes, like, you know, leaving my child behind, because I'm like, oh, she's so sweet, you know, and you know, also the letter at the end, it was easy and emotional reading it, you know what I'm saying? So I think, we definitely kind of like went in on the fact that even in real life, with doing the movie, times of really being apart and also like longing for each other, you know, and just the wonder.
Me and Mom used to run around and do some real bad. They got hurt. Now they're coming after us. Sorry.
I didn't ask for this. That's just how the cards were rolled out for me.
She's a great character. I mean, you know, kind of, you know, Perfidia is this confidence that we all want with the cracks inside. So how did you live her?
Honestly, you know, Perfidia, yes, is very, very complicated. She's very, very complex. And Perfidia has a lot of layers, you know, and I think that me and Paul really made sure we went through every single layer and just kind of laid it all on the table. And like we always say, just the conversations, let's having a lot of conversations with him and really talking about her more than reading about her. You know, I think the talks are very important. And him also giving us the creative freedom to play, the creative freedom to go to the playground and have recess and be like, okay, cool. So this is who Perfidia is going to be. Here's this layer, that layer, da-da-da. Here's my little... You know, so it was easy to dive in on a woman who was unapologetically herself. It felt really empowering to be able to play such a strong character like that.
World War III out there!
Welcome to the world, Bob.
I kill him dead!
You know what freedom is? What? No fear.
Just like Chase said in the beginning, was Leo the link between the characters for you? All through?
Yeah, I think that, like, honestly, everybody was, like, getting to talk to Paul about who she was, what she was doing, Leo. I think truly everybody in that sense was, because I was getting bits of information character-wise, personality-wise in general from everybody.
Thank you so much. They want me out.
Thank you.
Great to see you both.
Great to see you too.
Say it. Say it, baby.
Love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Does it matter that you have all these awards and success when you're excited about working with the director? Is there candid enthusiasm when they send you the script?
With Paul, absolutely. I think, not to speak for Benicio here, but I know I've been an avid fan of his work for 25 years now. He just does everything right. I don't know how to say it other than that. The music, the tone, the worlds that he envelops you into, his imagination, the unpredictability of each one of his plots, the immersive quality that you feel in his movies, like you're there. So this, I think everyone comes into a Paul Thomas Anderson project, A, feeling lucky and blessed to be there, but B, feeling like you got to bring your A game. Really.
I'm a drug and alcohol lover, and I cannot remember for the life of me or the life of my only child the answer to your question, what time is it?
8:15.
Now, I need this rendezvous point. You understand what I'm saying? I need it.
I understand.
He has everything in his head, right? Does it make it easier for you to imagine the character's backstory and, you know, what he's been through till that point?
Yeah, I think so. I think, but he says he's never acted. but I think he's a very good actor. And I think
He understands them very well. That's
yes. And I think he enjoys or allows for the process of the actor. And every process is different. And so it's pretty amazing to see him adjust with the actors in different ways. And but you know, like Leo was saying, it's on the script, and you bring what you bring, and he's willing to listen, willing to collaborate, and makes it fun, and he's really encouraging.
How did you imagine Bob Ferguson, for instance, in his teenage years? You know, it's very fun to imagine what brought a character to where we see him.
Well, there was this book called Days of Rage, which is about revolutionaries in the late 1960s, the Weather Underground, and how all of that movement, which had to do with civil rights, Vietnam, anti-imperialism, all that, what happened to them afterwards, which was the most interesting thing, how this community in Northern California, they spread throughout the country trying to disappear. So I just love the fact that, you know, in the beginning of the movie, I'm this sort of idealistic revolutionary, but then I'm sitting here trying to be a regular dad, trying to disappear and completely paranoid and abusing drugs and alcohol. And it's just an incredible setup for a character, and trying to pick up the pieces from his past and make sense of the world that he lives in. It's a great setup for a movie that's so unique, and that's what Paul does so well.
Dad, what is wrong with you?
You're right. Let's go. I got a tunnel. Whoa, what's going on?
I need a weapon, man. All you got is goddamn nunchucks. You know where I can get a gun?
Are car chases fun at this stage of your career, getting, you know, shaken and stirred?
Best damn actor driver in the industry right here. We did 50 takes around El Paso, driving, curving. Oh, it was insane.
He's saying that because he was sitting on the edge of the door of the passenger side, and he never fell. So, yes.
But is it something that needs a lot of preparation, those kinds of things? Is it a different kind of acting exercise, I wonder?
Well, you have to be focused, and sometimes you are driving. You get the actor driving, so, you know, in my case, I had Leo hanging from the window.
You have to be incredibly focused.
You have to be focused.
I mean, literally, most of these scenes, we had these vintage, you know, VistaVision cameras, which are nearly extinct, attached to every corner of the car, and we're driving through cities or you know, these long open roads, and he's driving, and it's a lot of pressure. Dialogue, beats you need to hit, you know. We
took one down.
Yeah, you clipped one.
We clipped one. I clipped one, yeah.
One ride after another.
Yes.
Here, that's the sequel.
That's right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Great to see you both.
Yes.
Have a great day.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. And this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We can speak now to Peter Klepp, who is the editor-in-chief of the Brussels Report. She joins us now from the Belgian capital. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Peter. Clearly a lot of optimism in Washington that when you hear language like what President Trump used yesterday, saying this was the dawn of a new era for the Middle East. Is that sense of optimism shared, do you feel, where you are there in the heart of Europe?
Well, yes, also here a lot of observers are quite optimistic. The head of the European External Action Service, which is sort of the EU diplomatic service, also congratulated American President Trump with his achievement here. But then if you look at the history of ceasefires tend not to last, unfortunately. Also the fact that sort of Hamas is gaining back some control to a degree. There's some other elements as well. The fact that Hamas does not seem able to return all the bodies of all the Israeli hostages. So there's a number of elements of concern. But broadly, yes, people think that this should stick at least for a while.
Yeah, it's a difficult deal, isn't it, to strike, and inevitably it wasn't going to be plain sailing. So all things considered, and given the level of mistrust on both sides, do you think it's fair to say this 20-point plan and its implementation so far has been as good as perhaps could realistically be expected?
So far, so good. To be fair, it doesn't seem to be on the verge of collapsing, at least. And I think a lot will now depend on future arrangements being negotiated. Who will actually serve as the police force of Gaza? I mean, will we allow Hamas to continue to do that, which is the case now? To what extent will regional powers be willing to engage in Gaza, not just financially, but also by deploying some military capacity? A lot of that is very unclear. Also because if that were to happen, there will be a big discussion on the rules of engagement. So there's so many question marks left at this point. And of course, it's normal that you can't just sort this out in such a short period of time. But yeah, I think great challenges remain.
And Peter, which European powers are viewed as having been the most proactive and the most involved in helping to get us to the point we're at now?
Well, France is very keen to play a role, both by providing some security assets. It's not exactly clear to what extent and how far France will go. And secondly, also by trying to convince regional powers to engage. So I think, yeah, France and of course the UK as well, they are quite keen to make a positive contribution here. So far, obviously, most of the leverage was with the Americans, given how much influence they have over the region. The fact that European governments have fallen out with Israel is also not really helping them at this point to have leverage. But yeah, they're trying to contribute what is possible.
I mean, there are quite different narratives and sort of talking points, aren't there, when you look at the sorts of messaging that comes out of Washington and the sorts of messages you get out of major European capitals. For example, you hear President Macron lambasting Israel for expanding settlements in the West Bank. That's not something you hear, is it, too much from the US delegations?
That is true. When it comes to that specific point, U.S. pressure has been more sort of behind the scenes. But I think in Washington, there's a consensus that this is also not very helpful, the expansion of the settlements. On the other hand, you do hear, even in Europe, even people on the left saying, look, we'll have to find some kind of an arrangement with that. At this point, there's so many people living in the West Bank that, just sort of emptying the West Bank, as Sharon, the former Israeli prime minister, has done with Gaza, is no longer feasible. And I think, those are some tough questions that also people in Europe that are, let's say, at this point closer to the Palestinian position, that they will have to confront in the next few years, when an arrangement will need to be found, not just for Gaza, but for the overall situation in the region.
And I'm wondering whether you think, to a certain extent, public policy and statements you hear from world leaders on this issue in Europe is driven in some part by public opinion, which is much more vocal, isn't it, on the issue of the Palestinians and the support for them having a state of their own. That's not something you hear quite so much of, is it, in the United States?
Yeah, absolutely. But then even in the US, especially among the left, you can argue that the Palestinian cause is absolutely a top priority. The thing is here that, many people are supporting this for different reasons. For some, it's some kind of a tribal leftist cause. For others, it's a genuine concern with the plight of the Palestinians. Some would go so far as sort of brushing off the crimes of Hamas. Others make a big distinction. So it's a broad coalition. But I think fundamentally Israel remains, a Western democracy despite its faults. And I do think that should eventually end up in Western European governments engaging more closely again with Israel, especially because since the Abraham Accords, Israel has also been reaching out with partners in the region. So when when hopefully this terrible Gaza war is now over, perhaps there's a prospect also for these relationships to be restored again.
I mean, there have been various roles touted for the EU and for European leaders and European nations in helping to bring some stability to the region, whether it's observer roles, peacekeeping roles, mediating roles. I mean, what do you see as being the European value add in this whole conundrum?
Well, European governments will certainly offer some financial support. If some mediating roles are required, I think they will also be ready to provide this. In terms of hard military assets, I can only think of France and the UK willing/able to offer that. But even then, that will only be sort of on the sidelines. I think when you're talking about Gaza, to the extent that Israel, of course, permits this, I think only regional powers will ultimately, be able to, help out with security there.
Do you see Brussels, I mean, I'm talking about the EU here, opening its purse strings and helping to finance some of the reconstruction effort, which is going to be hugely expensive and hugely complicated?
I can imagine that this will be the case, that European governments will try to contribute here. Now, there's one thing that we should not forget, as important as Gaza is for many of the European public. There's a war going on the European continent. in Ukraine, which is objectively a far greater geopolitical danger to Europe's security than whatever happens in Gaza, as serious as this also is. So I think if you're talking about financial resources, at the end of the day, European governments will be forced to prioritize the Ukraine issue. But given the pressure of public opinion, they will also certainly, see Gaza and the reconstruction there as a priority.
You make a really good point there, Peter, because actually in the last 48 hours, Ukraine has suddenly become an issue again. And some said that on October the 7th, 2023, events in Gaza really eclipsed events in Ukraine. And it seems that did happen for a period of several months, if not the entire duration of the 24-month-long war. And there's also talk of the blueprint for this 20-point plan being applied somehow to mediating an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. Are those things that people in Europe are now discussing in a major way?
Well, it looks like President Trump is now turning his attention to fixing Ukraine. He's meeting the Ukrainian President Zelensky. But indeed, some of the lessons learned in, trying to solve the Gaza crisis, will definitely be applied to Ukraine as well. But at the end of the day, to the same extent that the terrible crisis in Sudan is being overshadowed by the events in Gaza, I think for Europe, and especially Eastern Europe, at the end of the day, the crisis or the war in Ukraine is very much at their doorstep, and that will always manifest itself.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Peter Klepp, Editor-in-Chief at the Brussels Report. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
The government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Arabiya English here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu, and because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists who don't support the agreement, but Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. They are able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be some body, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves it?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just says it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, and it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee were maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him
with gritted teeth.
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for, and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters. These people on this committee, they tend to give the prize to left liberal people, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and he needs, and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes, forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. Definitely. And this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent.
Why
is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is good. I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties, and because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of, and that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct, and I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. Recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognized system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually, but it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, we had, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange really, because the UK, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half. We created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. It's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't, and I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. Suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had pro rata, with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are, that would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. There's screams all over British news day after day, hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you go and you get stuck in the slides. Sometimes it's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, he freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course you're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, It had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. They burnt down Crazy Water Park. Right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. You know, whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course, of course, of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park, right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be, I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the you know, the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. You know, we need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, you know, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country. It's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. You know, I mean, well, I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you're far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader. Well, you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human bollard. He's just like a. You know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. You know, he pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, over a long. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think there are, as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites, but worse, because a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment.
Do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. He's all right. I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's good campaigner for his own city. That's a very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. They put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you know ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT.
What do you use it for? What do you use it for?
Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer, but ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology, because we're all simple human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." Suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2 which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. The disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No, let me just finish my point, because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right, 100 billion roughly, to build this high-speed railway, most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense, most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be, we are the world leader in AI, one of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, you know, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. But Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things, you know.
Such as?
Well, such as Ukraine, you know, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, you know, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had a huge, I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, you know, as high as it's been for 4 years in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. You know, I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kerry's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing, for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was one of the first things that I did when I was trying 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and we were going to hit them like a before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, I mean, yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I mean, I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about, I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. I mean, it's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street, quite properly. But it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No. I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before I think things will go on.
And of course,
I mean, as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK. And that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, it's a lot of work. I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. It's a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and doing. I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. It is statistically possible. You can get or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically. I mean, anything can happen. But Water can flow uphill, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I got to be, I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well that you've ever fought. So
yeah.
Is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be much. They will recover of their. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. They just we need the reform. This great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or a squash or gourd. One of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour wobbling, Reform are rising, do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's
offensive.
I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's actually a brilliant guy, amazing guy. And look, there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. That's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, But I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more, there's...
How is it?
You've got to know where all the kind of, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think...
It seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And, I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that, there's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Maybe, the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, and that would be huge. That's a serious amount of money for Ukraine. 150, 200 billion, so 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. And Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Man, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. It must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off, but then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way. Other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of Ukraine, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that. Away from the front line. Under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that?
But Russia is losing. I mean, honestly, they've been saying that Ukraine is going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems, and this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. No more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but you can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end.
But other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise,
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks. It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Israel says one of 4 bodies handed over by Hamas overnight does not match any of the hostages. Pakistan and Afghanistan agree to a 48-hour ceasefire following a wave of fresh fighting. And right-winged US influencer Candace Owens is blocked from entering Australia over her controversial views. Israel has said one of the 4 bodies handed over by Hamas overnight does not match any of the hostages. As part of the first phase of the Gaza peace plan, Hamas was required to return all 48 remaining hostages. So far, all 20 living hostages and 7 hostages' bodies have been returned. In response, Israel has threatened to restrict aid into Gaza and the reopening of the Rafah crossing. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by journalist and broadcaster Sarah Hewson, who's in Cambridgeshire in the UK, and also Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, who is, of course, right here in the studio with me. Good evening to Sarah and Dr. Ellie. Thank you for joining me.
A pleasure.
Dr. Ellie, let's start with you. So we're now about 5 days into this 20-point peace plan that's in place, the ceasefire. Whether they're dead or alive, families have been waiting 2 years desperately for their loved ones in Israel. What impact has this latest return had on the Israeli people themselves?
Definitely on the positive side, the deal altogether seems like a glimpse of hope for both suffering population, regardless of the disproportionality of the suffering, but still we have people suffering on both sides for some kind of a crazy ideological plans. We have to never forget the human aspect of that war, how catastrophic it was, and how hopefully that the hope is coming back to the people who were engaged or involved in this war altogether. On the negative side, this shows us how fragile this peace is or ceasefire is, how unclear are the details, and how much potential for derailing there is on every step of that agreement, on every one of these 20 points. There's a potential of derailing, there's a potential of a collapse and of a return of hostilities. And also one more thing, both sides will try to manipulate and maneuver in order to get some gains here and there, unfortunately having the people stuck in between once again.
And it's a really good point that it's so fragile, and we are technically still in phase one, and we're trying to see through that phase until we get deeper into the phase two. But Sarah, we're being told that there may be more food than before the ceasefire, but there's actually been no water and also reports of no electricity. Are the conditions worse now than when we first had the ceasefire back in January?
Well, hopes were so high when this peace deal was agreed, Donald Trump hailing an end to the war, and yet the situation on the ground in Gaza is still incredibly dire. As you described, there is no electricity, there's no water. On the streets themselves, it is very volatile indeed. Gazans report trying to get food and gunfire breaking out. There is looting. And under that 20-point plan, Hamas was to return all the hostages, both living and deceased. And in turn, Israel would open up the borders for aid to flow freely. 600 trucks a day to be going in. Hamas has not returned all of the deceased hostages. As yet, 7 of the bodies have been returned. 8 in total, Hamas says, but one of those, not an Israeli body, returned. And 2 more due to be returned within this next hour. But Israel says Hamas is not keeping up its end of the bargain. So what are the levers that Israel can pull? Well, one of those is aid, and that means it is restricting the flow of aid into Gaza. 300 trucks, half the amount initially planned, being allowed in daily. The Rafah crossing is not open. There is suggestion that it will be open for people tomorrow, but there is no information yet as to when it will open for aid. There are 190,000 tons of aid sitting, waiting at the border to get in. Some agencies talk about an improving picture on the ground, particularly when it comes to access, that they are able to reach areas in Gaza City that they have not been able to reach for a very long time. But others say that red tape is holding them up, that they're not able to get in at all. And I think that's leading to a lot of frustration, that those high hopes are being dashed, and a very fragile sense of this ceasefire. Panic buying now going on in Gaza again, prices surging because people are so concerned that this ceasefire won't hold.
And it's really interesting because earlier I spoke to Brigadier General Yossi Kopawasa, head of the Jerusalem Institute for Strategy and Security, and I did ask him if Israel is limiting aid to the Palestinian people. Take a listen to what he told me.
Well, we don't want to limit the aid, but this is part of the agreement. The aid is conditioned on releasing the hostages and the bodies of the dead hostages. And if this is not going to happen, why are we supposed to do what we are supposed to do in this agreement? There's a clear connection between one and the other. And anyhow, there's no shortage of food and other necessary stuff, necessary material in the Gaza Strip. There's enough. There's more than enough because we have allowed everything coming in for a long time now.
So, Dr. Eli, in my conversation, he said Israel has allowed enough aid into Gaza. And we also heard the Israeli spokeswoman say the same thing today. And that is the argument, that there's enough aid that's been going into the country, medical supplies, things that are needed. But obviously, we're hearing a different side of the story, because also the UN humanitarian chief says Israel should immediately open Gaza crossing to aid. But the difficulty here is we're still stuck, as we said, in phase one. Definitely. Where does the movement happen? Because this is, we've been speaking also about Hamas regaining and asserting control within Gaza.
Sure.
It seems to be that there's a lot of things, moving plates happening at the moment.
Again, it's so precarious, so weak, so fragile altogether. The control inside Gaza now is completely not clear because we have some kind of a void on the security issue, we have the void on the governance, of course, but we also have a void on simple management of anything, including the distribution of aid, including the proper assessment of the needs and all of these things. So as long as we have this void, unfortunately, this will allow both parties to claim no responsibility for what's happening, or on the opposite, both of them claiming that they're doing everything that they need to do without actually having what needs to be done fulfilled, and the food and the medicine reaching the people it needs to do. And this is all. We're not yet talking about a transfer of government into the new system. We're not talking about reconstruction. If this is so complex, imagine how more complex the other phases of that agreement will be.
Yeah, and Sarah, Dr. Ellie makes a good point. It's just a very complex situation at the moment. And when we look at the political atmosphere happening in Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu did return to court to testify in his own corruption trial. And we saw those jubilation moments in the Knesset recently, but things seem to have taken a darker turn.
Yeah, and I think that there is increasing discomfort, disgust from some within Israel at those scenes in the Knesset. That feeling of jubilation on the day that the deal was announced and the peace agreement was signed. And yet, after that, now this feeling of discomfort at those scenes of backslapping. Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu praising each other, what great guys they are, what a great job we've done. And yet, let's talk about the people involved in all of this. Those hostages, the living hostages who have returned malnourished, traumatized, who have a very, very, very long road to recovery ahead of them. The families desperately waiting for the bodies of the deceased hostages to return. The purgatory that continues for them as they wait for news. And in Gaza, the situation still dire. Famine confirmed in August of this year. Aid only starting to get in limited amounts, and a very, very serious and unstable situation on the ground in Gaza. And so things are very, very complicated indeed. We're a long way from this feeling like the end of the war and a moment of peace. And that seems a long way off right now.
And I do think that this period and how it will end, it will have the biggest impact on the future of Netanyahu and his government, especially if we are going to an upcoming elections in Israel in the next spring. He will have to prove, he will have to show some real deliverables and not just a nice photo and a nice suggestions of a plan that is not being implemented on the ground.
Yes, and we talk about so many things, and the disarmament of Hamas is another big question hanging over this deal at the moment. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Pakistan and Afghanistan have agreed to a 48-hour ceasefire after an airstrike and ground fighting sent tensions between the South Asian neighbours soaring, killing more than a dozen civilians. Sarah, let's start with you. So border crossings had been closed now for 4 days. Are we likely to see these reopen and bilateral trade resume as this 48-hour ceasefire now has kicked in?
Well, Leigh Ann, we've just been talking about one fragile ceasefire and on to another between Pakistan and Afghanistan, which came into effect just 7 hours ago. As you said, it is a 48-hour ceasefire in which the hope is that all parties will get around the table and be able to broker some kind of lasting peace. Tensions have been escalating over recent days. Last Thursday, there were explosions reported in Afghanistan, including in the capital capital, Kabul. Afghanistan retaliated with attacks on Pakistani military posts. And over the weekend, we saw the worst violence since 2021. These are tensions that run along Afghanistan and Pakistan's border, that 1,600-mile frontier, the Durand line. Pakistan believes that the Afghan Taliban are giving safe harbour to the Pakistan Taliban. They have seen a huge increase in deadly attacks over the past 4 years. 2,500 people killed in the 4 years since the Taliban seized power. There have been 600 attacks this year alone. They feel that the Afghan Taliban are not doing enough about it, and these tensions have been increasing. This ceasefire, pretty precarious. Borders, as you say, Leigh Ann, closed, trade not flowing between the two countries, but a very, very short ceasefire. And in fact, these two countries can't even agree who it was that called for the ceasefire. They're both saying that the others initiated the attacks, and they're both saying that the other one was the one that called for the ceasefire. So that doesn't really bode well for any kind of agreement at this stage.
Yeah, there's absolutely no agreement on both of those things, like Sarah just said. But Dr. Ellie, let's discuss, and I know this is a big question and there's a lot to say about it, but what's the history between the two countries? Because Pakistan was once one of the main backers of the Taliban, and we can't forget that. Where did this relationship go so wrong? Where did everything sour?
Well, as a fact, we know that this relationship has started since the early 1980s. So speaking about more than 3 decades of history, of engagement, of working on and off together and against each other and so on. We know for a fact that the Pakistani intelligence have played, together with the CIA and other intelligence in the world, a significant role in countering the Soviet presence in Afghanistan during the 80s, and thus equipping and managing and operating these terrorist cells that we today are calling terrorists. And I think the drift started when Pakistan, along with the majority of the world, decided that, no, the monster that we created between brackets in Afghanistan is no longer working in our favor, and we need to control it. And then, of course, there was the attempt to establish a different Afghani government that collapsed. But that border has been so active both ways, notably in terms of intelligence and terrorist cells, and even the religious clerics, even the whole system of Taliban goes across the border with the Pakistani Taliban that is definitely designated as a terrorist organization by Pakistan. If the intention is to control the border, it's a very difficult border to control, not only because of the geography, but also because of all the history that it carries on both sides.
It's very, like you said, precarious, difficult situation. But Sarah, Qatar and Saudi Arabia are acting as mediators in all of this.
Yes, the Gulf states mediators in this, and there's an awful lot riding on this in terms of regional stability, given the desire by Al-Qaeda and Islamic State to regain a foothold in the region. Qatar, as you said, and Saudi Arabia playing key roles in this. Saudi Arabia last month signing that defense agreement with Pakistan. An attack on one is an attack on the other. That gives Pakistan a powerful ally, but it also potentially gives Saudi Arabia some leverage over Pakistan. Qatar, of course, the Taliban leadership with its Doha base, so some leverage there. The hope is that the regional partners will be able to bring both sides round the table. And on other nations getting involved, China and Russia calling for a de-escalation. Some may think that's a little bit rich coming from Putin. There is also suggestion that Donald Trump may get involved to try and broker some peace, riding on his success between Israel and Gaza. But a huge amount of attention on this and whether this ceasefire can deliver some kind of agreement and an end to the tensions that we've been seeing escalating.
And let's talk a little bit about Pakistan and the US, Dr. Ellie, because we obviously saw the leader of Pakistan saying that when he met Donald Trump in Sharm el-Sheikh, he wanted to nominate him for a second Nobel Peace Prize. Ties have been warming between the US and Pakistan.
It has really always been very close. With some changes in Pakistani government, we've seen some drift here and there. But altogether, we can surely say that Pakistan has been quite close to the US in general. On the other hand, we have to remember that Pakistan has been playing a significant role in the Belt and Road of China's strategy in the region, and there are major developments and major interests for China there. On the US side, we saw a big getting together with India that is now seemed to be collapsing. So there's a renewed interest for the US in Pakistan in that sense. And again, we have to remember this is one of the nuclear powers that now has also the strategic agreement with KSA. So many factors come into play here. But I'm almost sure that all the different parties want to stabilize the situation rather than escalate it. I don't think any of the major powers have interest in further escalation on that border.
I did speak to someone in Islamabad a little bit earlier, and they said Pakistan has always wanted peace, and that's what they're working towards. But thank you so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And as British Prime Minister Keir Starmer looks to implement a digital ID card system in the UK, he's hailed India's Aadhaar system as a massive success. During his recent visit to Mumbai, Starmer held a meeting with the co-founder of the Indian tech group who did help deliver the ID database, and that was more than a decade ago. But the system has been met with some criticism. Dr. Ellie, let's talk to you at the moment. So India has had the system in for a significant amount of time, for 15 years. How does it currently work in India regarding ID cards? And also, there's been a lot of outcry about them too, so there's two sides to the story.
Definitely, like every system to put in place, there's the double-edged sword of how much the government will control the life of people, how much will it be able to control the data that it has through these cards. And we have to remember that the Modi's government has been accused by so many parties of manipulating elections, of trying to forcefully control what's happening on the public scene. And this is feared to be just another step in that same direction of having full, rigid control on the Indian population through this new ID card. Having it as something that is optional or something that is partially used for services is one thing, and having it obligatory to all the 1.4 billion people is something else. And again, linking it to everything, it seems, from buying a house to opening a bank account to every kind of services, paying your taxes, receiving benefits. This will make it a full package that will have all the data of every Indian in the hands of the government / a private company that manages the cards also.
And I think that has been some of the criticism for some of the poorest and least educated in India, whose lack of literacy, educational documents, has left them unable to get one of these Aadhaar cards, the digital IDs, and then they can't find a job and they can't progress, and it becomes a vicious cycle.
Definitely, especially if the lower side of the population, the poorer population, happen to be from certain regions, from certain religions. This takes a whole new dimension also of exclusion from politics and for excluding enemies from the political process and from the public life in general.
And Sarah, it's really interesting because the UK government is actually currently considering ID cards, but there's been a fair bit of backlash over in the UK, hasn't there?
Yes. Now, the UK Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood has said today that Britain has lost control of its borders. They're finding it incredibly difficult to stop the boats and the illegal migrant crossings. One of the ways in which they think they're going to tackle this is through a digital ID scheme, and that would come in by the end of this Parliament, so by the end of the decade, and that would make it much, much harder for illegal migrants to get work, because it will be compulsory for anyone who wants to have a job to have a digital ID card. It's not actually going to be a physical card. It would be a digital ID that you would hold on your phone. Now, it's a fairly limited system at this stage compared to others. They've been looking, as you said, at India. They've been looking at Australia. They've been looking at Estonia. They've been looking at Denmark for examples of where there might be practice that they could take. There's going to be a 3-month consultation, but the government says the aim is that anyone applying for a job would have to show their digital ID. They wouldn't show their papers. They wouldn't have to show their national insurance card, which we currently have. And while this is primarily around cracking down on illegal immigrants, they say there'll be benefits to individuals. You don't have to carry your papers around with you. And there'll be benefits for employers, because it will be far harder for anyone to take on somebody else's identity or to fraudulently apply for a job. But there are, of course, concerns about civil liberties. There are also concerns about the security of that data. At the moment, it won't contain your biometric data. It won't contain your fingerprints. It won't contain your iris scans. It will just be your demographic data, your national insurance number, and for your right to work, for example. But the government doesn't have a very good track record when it comes to these big IT infrastructure schemes, overrunning in terms of timescales, overrunning in terms of cost. And I think, as well as the privacy concerns, there are also concerns about how much this is going to cost and whether it really is a priority for this government right now.
Let's talk about something, Dr. Ellie. We live in Dubai.
Yep.
We have digital ID cards.
Definitely, and it is connected to every aspect of your life, to your bank account, to your medical, to your visa, to your status, to everything. And it's working quite well. And it enables the government to keep the country secure, to keep things going, and to facilitate all your government operations. So there's surely a positive side to all of this, if it is properly managed, if it is properly controlled by the government, with security to your data and all of that. But we have to also keep in mind applying it to 10 million people in a specific context like Dubai or the UAE in general is completely different than 80 plus million in the UK or 1.4 billion in India.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I can just say on a personal level, from moving here, it just makes our life so much easier. Because, Sarah, everything's connected to something. We've all got a card. It's on the app. It's all digital. You just basically leave your house, and as long as you have that, you're connected to whatever you need. And it's quite remarkable.
You're not travelling around for your passport or your driving licence or your birth certificate or your national insurance card, which, you know, you got given when you were 16, and most of us have lost somewhere. And I think the big concern is about excluding a certain sector of the population who might not have access to a smartphone, particularly the elderly. And the government has taken on that criticism, and that's why it's saying this is about people applying for jobs and people wanting to work in the UK. So if you're a pensioner, you wouldn't be obliged to use this digital ID, but otherwise it is compulsory for all. We will all have it by the end of this Parliament, but fairly limited, a 3-month consultation during which people will get to air those fears and their concerns. But yes, the government putting out the same message as you are, really, Leigh Ann, that this makes life easier for most people and it will help crack down on illegal migration, they say. Others remain unconvinced.
It's quite interesting because as we speak about it, Dr. Ellie, and we find life easier with it because now we're used to having one, but we can't forget that AI, online scams just seem to be becoming more and more prominent in everyday life as things become more sophisticated. And in India, 1.1 billion Indians on the database for this ID card, actually their details were being sold online. So hackers are able to possibly infiltrate this, and that's another concern.
Definitely. The more we rely on technology, the more there are possibilities of every kind of cyber attack, of hacking, of even intentionally selling the data for profit. by the companies themselves or hackers in that sense. There's also the danger of being connected to your bank account, and then we have seen all the financial fraud of credit cards or money being withdrawn and all of this. There's definitely a lot of downside as much as the positive, and I guess it always goes back to that check and balance that you have to continue to exercise on the government, on the company that is managing, to make sure the positives outweigh the negatives.
Fascinating conversation. Thank you so much. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And right-winged influencer Candace Owens has been blocked from entering Australia after the country's High Court backed the government's decision. Officials said the US YouTuber's controversial views would incite discord. Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke called it a win for social cohesion, and Owens must now pay the government's legal costs. So, Sarah, Candace Owens, whether you like her, whether you don't like her, whatever the situation is, she hasn't committed a crime at all. So why has she been denied a visa to Australia?
Yeah, this is a controversial story in itself. Candace Owens applied for a visa this time last year to enter Australia for a speaking tour that was due to take place in November of last year. And it was rejected under the character test, which is a provision of the Migration Act. And the concerns were cited that her presence in Australia could incite discord in the community, particularly because of her views on the Holocaust, where she downplayed it, her Islamophobic comments against the LGBTQ plus community, for example, all cited by Tony Burke. The High Court has today upheld that decision. As you say, in Australia, there is an implied freedom, not an absolute right to free speech. So it's different to Australia. And Candace Owens, as a non-Australian citizen, has a lower degree of rights than an Australian citizen might have. But Tony Burke said today that inciting discord might be the way some people make their money, but it's not welcome in Australia. Australia's national interest is best served when Candace Owens is somewhere else. So closing the door on her because of her views. And I just wonder, Leigh Ann, if one of the views that she expressed during COVID might have played a role in this, where she called for US troops to invade Australia to free its repressed people because of Australia's very tough approach to COVID. And that certainly didn't go down very well.
Dr. Ellie, I watch Candace Owens now and again on YouTube. I think many of us do. She is highly controversial. There's no doubt about that. And you've got family members living in Australia. Do you think Australia is just being overly cautious? We know that they have a Liberal government, always has been. And is this just a step too far?
Well, first of all, speaking about Candace, I do like her approach and her things, although it is a bit controversial. I do watch her things because she said things that are not said in different channels or media posts. Regarding her views, I think on the views about Israel and that whole conflict in Gaza, I think she's been able to anger both sides, which says something positive. She's not biased in one way or the other. So the Muslims of Australia are afraid of her Islamophobic points of views, and the Jews of Australia are upset from her views on the current war. But on the Australian side of things, definitely Australia and many countries around the world, but specifically Australia, has never been as divided as it is today, specifically on the issue of the Gaza conflict, but also it feeds into other conflicts and other divisions into society, conservative, woke LGBT community on one side, economic on the other, the issue of Israel and all other things. So Australia has been extremely cautious, and they decided to practically stop any kind of things that could potentially fuel that discourse in the society or cause things. And to be fair, we did see some incidences that we have not seen earlier in Australia. But on the other hand, is your society so fragile that a public speech or a demonstration or a visitor from outside could really threaten the social cohesion of the country?
And Sarah, I would agree with that in some respects, because you can still have a look at Candace Owens on YouTube.
Definitely.
Her channel's still going out. It makes no difference if she's in Australia or not. They can still watch her content.
It could give her some additional visibility also.
Yeah, exactly. And Sarah, I was going to...
I think it's...
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Her voice. This gives her greater content, and yes, just because she's not turning up to give a talk in an Australian venue doesn't mean that Australian people can't hear her views, because she has her platform on YouTube and on social media. And so I think it's very naive to say that this is protecting social cohesion and that her views are not welcome in Australia. Australia's got precedent for this. Kanye West, Ye, as I think we're meant to call him now, had his visa revoked in July of this year for his song that promoted Nazi ideology. And Candace Owens is the latest in this. But what difference does it really make? OK, she can't make any money on a speaking circuit in Australia, but you can certainly still hear her views if you want to, and rightly so.
We've managed to ban Djokovic also, don't forget that, due to his position on COVID and on the vaccine.
I absolutely forgot about that. The Australian Open.
Yes.
Of course. Yes. I was actually very upset about that, because we all wanted to see Djokovic play. He was at the height of his career, and obviously they said no because he wouldn't have the vaccination. That was extremely controversial.
Very true. And again, I think for Candace specifically, it could be a meeting point between the two parties, the party who supports Israel, the Liberal Party, the right-wing party, and the Labour governing party. Both of them would not like to hear what Candace has to say.
It's also happening in the US, I suppose we should say, as well, not just Australia, because there have been foreign nationals who've had their visas revoked for appearing to celebrate the killing of Charlie Kirk. So it's also happening in the United States. But for Australia to be doing this, I think it is just amplifying her voice.
Yes, giving her an even bigger platform, indeed.
An even bigger platform.
Sarah, thank you so much, and Dr. Ellie. It's that time of the show now where Sarah and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Dr. Ellie, you're going to tell us a story about a lazy detective who's been found out after claiming he was working from home, and he's actually based in the UK. Not a good look for the police force.
Exactly. He's in Durham, one of the cities in the UK. He's been part of the police force for several years, and he's been taking work from home for several months now. The point is that the police has set a system to make sure that the policemen are actually working. So the system on your laptop will actually detect if you're actually using the laptop or simply sitting around your garden or swimming or doing nothing at home. So the guy found a trick around it to actually open the laptop and keep pressing one key just continuously, so to make sure that the laptop is actually recording that he is working. This was, for me, hilarious, not only because of the way he found it around, but also because he is a policeman and he has found a way to move around the law in a very funny way, if I may say.
Sarah, I don't know what your thoughts are.
Well, I mean, what is the point of sitting in front of your laptop, tapping away on the key? Get on and do some work. I mean, the police have got a pretty bad reputation in this country for far more serious reasons than this at the moment, but he is certainly not helping their cause. And it's really quite childish, isn't it? You know, he's employed to do a really important vital job in the community, and he just sits there tapping away on his keyboard. When I was a child, I recorded myself playing the piano, so I didn't need to keep practicing, and I played it so that my parents thought so. But there was a rather lot less at stake there than there is with a police officer.
And you're not a police officer, exactly.
I'm not a police officer.
It is just a little bit embarrassing, I must say, for the police force. And like you said, their reputation's not great anyway. But Sarah's working from home tonight. She's doing a great job. So kudos to you, Sarah. Sarah, let's get on to your story now. And I love this story. It's basically, what do you make of the word hubby? I had to explain to Dr. Ellie what it is. Is it something not self-respecting adults should never say? So basically, what are the words that you hate and just annoy you?
Yeah, this is a debate about the words that really make your skin crawl, that should never be uttered in adult conversation. Among them, shortened forms of words like husband becoming hubby, wife becoming a wifey, savvy bee for Sauvignon Blanc, Jenny Leck for the general election, Cosy lives, the cost of living, hollybobs, that's a real pet hate of mine, for holiday, crimbo, Christmas, of course. Platyjubes was the one that went viral for the late Queen's Platinum Jubilee. And my absolute pet hate is one that is used in my house all the time, and it is certain to be a trigger and make me really mad, and I think my children do it on purpose anyway, is when they've done something wrong and they say, my bad. No, it's not your bad, it's my fault, or I'm sorry. Why do they do it? Maybe it's a generational thing and I'm too old.
Dr. Ellie, I hadn't heard some of those words. Hollybobs is holidays.
I definitely haven't heard many of them.
What word annoys you?
I wouldn't care much, but I know that if I call my wife wifey, I would get a punch in the face, most probably. I mean, there are things that simply feel cringy in a way, but I was wondering if this is, it's definitely in the English language, very contextualized into the English speakers, but then there are similar words in every language. And it's becoming even more controversial with the new generations inventing linguistics and words and symbols that we don't even understand today. When do you drop this, teenage language and actually speak in proper language? This is the question.
Well, I've got a nephew. I don't have a child. He is 14, and he constantly texts me or rings me. And I say, can you explain what you've messaged me? Because I can't read it. And his only comment is, why are you so out of touch?
Exactly.
And I've become that person in life. I always thought I would be in touch. And how sad is it?
When he'll be...
It's quite worrying, isn't it? When we realise just how far removed from it we are. We're speaking a different language.
It makes me sad.
These words, again, these words are like summaries or shorts for the words. It could still be comprehensible some way. But the words that the new generation are using are completely out of touch with the actual word that it means. And there's no way of understanding that. Yet they understand each other somehow. So, I don't know.
You know what word annoys me? The word partner. I don't know why. It sounds really weird, but you might say to someone, oh, do you want to come over for dinner? And they'll be like, yes, I'll bring my partner. Partner in what? Partner in crime? Partner in, just give me some more detail of who this partner is.
It's a neutral word to say it's not a husband, it's not a wife, it's not a girlfriend, it's more, it could be a male, it could be a female,
I don't know who to cater for.
It could also be someone more mature who doesn't want to be called a girlfriend, I guess.
Yeah.
But this all started, Leigh Ann, because the TV presenter Kate Garraway on Traitors used the word flabbergasted, which I have to say is one of my favourite words to express real shock. And another of my favourites is flibberty-gibbet. So I'm going to try and use those.
What is this?
Flibberty-gibbet is a flighty person. And I think it's very expressive of that.
I loved it when I watched Traitors, and they all thought Kate Garraway was a traitor because she did come out and she was like, oh, I'm flabbergasted. And everyone said, who uses that word?
It's exactly what you need it to say.
Yeah.
Flabbergasted.
And I thought, Kate Garraway, she's very, and I was thinking I might use flabbergasted after that because it is a great word.
Leigh Ann, you should be starting to learn some of these words in Arabic while living in Dubai, right?
This is true, Habibi.
Write it into
This is true. Yeah. Pardon?
Write it into your scripts for tomorrow.
Yeah, flabbergasted, yeah. Thank you so much to our guest today, journalist and broadcaster Sarah Houston in Cambridgeshire in the UK, and of course Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, who's been in the studio with me. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next with Tom Burges Watson. Goodbye and thank you.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Trump threatens Hamas, saying if the group doesn't disarm, they'll be disarmed. We ask what to read into that and how might Hamas respond. Plus, as Israeli families continue waiting for Hamas to hand over the remains of their loved ones, we ask what's causing the delay and could this issue derail the whole peace plan? Hello and welcome to the programme. We continue our special coverage of the Gaza ceasefire. Well, Israel says that one of the 4 bodies handed over by Hamas overnight does not match any of the known hostages. Well, under the first phase of the Gaza peace plan, Hamas was required to return all 48 remaining hostages. And so far, all 20 living hostages have been handed over, together with the bodies of 7 others. Well, in response to delays in handing over the bodies, Israel has threatened to restrict aid into Gaza and delay the reopening of the Rafah border crossing. Well, President Trump has once again reiterated his demand that the deceased hostages held in Gaza be returned. And he once again warned Hamas that if they do not disarm, they will be disarmed.
How long will it take Hamas to disarm, and can you guarantee that is going to happen?
Well, they're going to disarm, and because they said they were going to disarm. And if they don't disarm, we will disarm them.
How will you do that?
I don't have to explain that to you. But if they don't disarm, we will disarm them. They know I'm not playing games. Okay? Now, we did something monumental. We got the hostages back. That was the first thing we had to do. Above all else, get the hostages back. Now, they misrepresented because we were told they had 26, 24 of dead hostages, if we can use those terms. And it seems as though they don't have that because we're talking about a much lesser number.
Well, Israel is insisting that Hamas is failing to meet its commitments under the ceasefire deal, citing the number of deceased hostages still in Gaza. And because of that, Israel says it will only allow 300 aid trucks in. That's just half the minimum agreed under President Trump's plan. But Hamas and the Red Cross say that finding bodies in Gaza, whether hostages or Palestinians killed in Israeli strikes, is not that simple with so much destruction and rubble across the Gaza Strip. Well, despite efforts to implement the ceasefire, Israeli troops remain deployed across more than half of Gaza, with reports of Hamas fighters reappearing on the streets. Well, asked about those realities, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he was giving peace a chance. Here's what he told CBS News.
We agreed to give peace a chance. We agreed that we should, the conditions in his 20-point plan are very clear. It's not only that we get the hostages out without getting our military out, but that we would subsequently have both demilitarization and disarmament. They're not the same thing. First, Hamas has to give up its arms. And second, you want to make sure that there are no weapons factories inside Gaza. There's no smuggling of weapons into Gaza. But if not, I think I heard the president speak tonight. He said, listen, they better do it, or, how can I speak for him? He said, all hell breaks loose.
Well, here with me in the studio now is Hashim Oseiran, who's an ICRC spokesperson. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. The ICRC, of course, calling for all crossings into Gaza to be opened. What are the main needs on the ground as you see them?
The humanitarian situation in Gaza is still catastrophic.
The ceasefire is only the beginning. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. People need medicine, they need food, they need safe water, but they also need more complex items for the repair of water and electricity networks, for the repair of hospitals, spare parts for generators, parts for ambulances. So the needs are very enormous. We have continuously called for the unimpeded entry of humanitarian assistance to enter to Gaza and for it to be distributed safely to people wherever they are. We continue to make this call, and the ICRC stands ready to scale up its response.
It's been said that 600 trucks are needed every day to get into Gaza to meet the basic needs of the people there. Do we know at this stage what sort of level of aid is actually getting in terms of numbers of trucks?
We don't really know exactly the number of trucks that's coming in, but the number of trucks is a distraction because 100 trucks, 200 trucks is not going to be enough. What we really need is an unimpeded, unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into the Gaza Strip. And we need it to be delivered safely to people wherever they are. And it's also not just about the amount of aid that's coming in, it's also about the kind of aid that's coming in. People need more than flour, they need more than wheat, they need more than water in order to begin the reconstruction of Gaza and to give people the opportunity to rebuild their lives and to do more than survive. There's a whole range of very complex material that needs to be allowed to enter.
Okay, so once the aid gets into Gaza, what's the mechanism for distributing it across the territory?
Well, the ICRC has decades of experience working in conflict zones around the world. We deliver aid impartially. We deliver aid safely to people wherever they are. We have teams on the ground in the Gaza Strip, in Gaza City, in Deir al-Balah, in Rafah. And so the mechanism that we use is one that's according to our fundamental principles, and it's one that distributes aid in a way that upholds the dignity of the people that we serve.
It's believed that up to 400,000 people could still be in Gaza City. That's a place that hasn't had any aid deliveries for several weeks. Would that therefore be a priority area for the ICRC?
The ICRC has already started expanding its presence in Gaza City. On October 1, we had to suspend operations in our office there because of the intensification of military hostilities. But we have recently reopened our Gaza City office. We currently have teams on the ground. As an organization, our priority is proximity to the population. And because we want to stay close to the people we serve, we have teams in Gaza City who are ready to provide assistance, and equally importantly, we're ready to provide support for the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, who are our partners.
Do we know anything about the condition of people in Gaza City? Do we know, for example, whether they're in a markedly worse situation than people in other parts of the country, or is there no such information?
I think that for everyone throughout the Gaza Strip, the conditions are extremely dire. Houses have been destroyed, hospitals have been destroyed, there's little access to food, there's little access to water. So I think we are talking about a general situation throughout the Strip that is very catastrophic. That applies to Gaza City because Gaza City has also been very heavily impacted by the recent intensification of military hostilities, but it also applies to many other areas throughout the Strip.
Throughout this conflict, we've interviewed people on both sides, and repeatedly we heard from Israeli officials this allegation that aid was being stolen and therefore they would restrict it entering Gaza in the first place. Is it still something that is being reported, the security of aid, for example? Are these aid trucks being intercepted? Are there attacks? Is there anything like that that you've heard?
The ICRC can only speak specifically about its experience, and we have not seen any major looting of our assistance or our aid.
Since the beginning?
Yes,
okay.
And our hope is that with the increase of aid coming into Gaza, with the increase of deliveries, that the level of desperation would decrease. And so people will have enough supplies.
Okay. Obviously, for aid to get into Gaza, there has to be a road, and some of the roads are clearly damaged, destroyed, or covered in debris. Is that something, is road clearance, it sounds like a very obvious question, but is that an actual hurdle to getting aid into the Strip?
Road clearance, the destruction of roads is a hurdle for all operations, all our operations in Gaza, and not just the entry of humanitarian assistance. This is going to be a massive challenge, and there's not a single actor that can do this alone. Our teams try their best. We have logistic experts. We have experts in weapons contaminations. But what we really need is to see a concerted effort, and we need local authorities to have the support and the supplies that they need in order to carry out this enormous task.
Obviously, there have been huge diplomatic developments in the last week, 10 days. Has any of that translated into an improvement, albeit a slight improvement, for the living conditions for people in Gaza?
I think the conditions in Gaza today are so dire that it's still going to take time before we can see an improvement. We have shortages of stocks that are going to take time to recover. People are still moving back to their homes and to their towns and to their cities. There are still people who have gone back and found their homes reduced to rubble. So I think we're still in a stage where it's too soon to speak of recovery. There's a lot that still needs to be done. And there are humanitarian organizations on the ground, including the ICRC, that have made it one of their main objectives to help people begin this road to recovery.
We're now mid-October. Temperatures go down quite sharply in the next couple of weeks, really, and November, December, and into January, you can see the temperature even below zero. What preparations are being made for the winter? And given that 80% of homes and houses have been destroyed in Gaza, I mean, clearly shelter is going to be a major issue. What provisions need to be made for the winter?
Over the past 2 weeks, we have brought in shelter items. We have brought in blankets. So we're bringing in supplies in order to equip the population with the basic elements that they need. But this is not enough. We really need to see a scaling up of assistance so that communities and people, many of whom have lost their homes, many of whom are displaced, can have just the basic necessities for dignified living, especially as conditions get really harsh with winter and temperatures dropping.
Now, where the ICRC has played a really unique role, a different role to a lot of the other agencies on the ground, you were involved in the handover of 20 living hostages on Monday. How did that go? Did it go smoothly on the whole, that process?
The return of the living hostages is a source of relief for the ICRC. We were able to reunite families. These are families who have spent nearly 2 years in an agonizing nightmare. The fact that we were able to facilitate these reunifications is a big relief for us. We are also relieved that we were able to bring back more than 1,800 detainees, and we were able to return hundreds of families on that side. And so this moment really speaks to the fact that neutral humanitarian action can save lives, it can change lives, but we need the parties to reach an agreement. When the parties reach an agreement, families are reunited, and we are able to bring people back together.
Are you able to say anything about the condition of the people who came back into Israel? Obviously, there have been reports in the media, but anything the ICRC can tell us about what sort of a condition those 20 were in?
One of the top priorities for the ICRC is to respect the privacy of the families and to respect the dignity of all those in our care. And for that reason, we do not speak about the conditions. That applies both to hostages but also to detainees.
What were the biggest challenges of that operation to bring those 20 people back into Israel? I mean, presumably there were changes of vehicle, changes of teams on numerous occasions. I'm not asking for specifics. I'm sure you can't give them, but overarching challenges, what would you say they were?
This operation is a very complex operation. It requires meticulous planning. It requires a lot of work on logistics, on security. As you mentioned, the roads in Gaza are destroyed. Some are also littered with unexploded ordinances. We had to mobilize ICRC teams from across the world, from as far away as Kinshasa and Bogota, in order to reinforce our teams that are already on the ground so that we have enough people to carry out these operations. We deployed health professionals to make sure that we can have medical care provided to those who need it. We had to coordinate with all sides. And throughout the process, our main priority was to ensure the safety and dignity of all of those in our care. This will always be a big challenge, and we are relieved that we were able to bring all of them back home safely.
Okay, so you're making it sound like it was, at times, quite a dangerous operation.
Any operation, any release and transfer operation, and that applies to Israel and the occupied territories, but also across the world, there are always challenges. And we will always try our utmost as an organization to work through these challenges in order to ultimately secure family reunifications.
Now, where we are today is in a situation where, that transfer of living hostages has taken place. Now the questions are about the 28 bodies that were stipulated in the peace plan as being people that had to be handed over back to Israel by Hamas. That was supposed to happen on Monday, and it's partially happened, but it hasn't fully happened. What's the reason for that not having happened as was expected?
We cannot speak to the parties. The ICRC's role is to facilitate the return of human remains as per the ceasefire agreement. It is the obligation of the parties to find the remains, to collect the remains, to evacuate them. We can only act as a neutral intermediary in cooperation with the parties. So we cannot really speak to the reasons for any delay.
Tell me a bit about that operation in terms of the logistical support, expertise that the ICRC brings, the resources that are needed. How does something like this happen?
The ICRC works a lot on the dignified management of the dead. It's one of the core things in our mandate. And we want to ensure that all remains that are entrusted in our care are handled with dignity. So we provide body bags to make sure that the bodies are preserved and properly labeled. We provide refrigerated trucks in some instances. And so really what we try to do is to make sure that all of the material and equipment is there to ensure a dignified transfer. And then we also speak with all sides, and we have the trust of all sides to be able to carry out that transfer.
And clearly, looking at pictures of Gaza, so much destruction. There are multiple different statistics to how to measure the amount of rubble on the ground. It could fill up Central Park, 13 times the pyramids of Giza. Given the amount of rubble on the ground, has that played a part in complicating the process of locating the remains of these deceased hostages?
Again, it's not the ICRC that's responsible for locating or finding the remains. For us, we will not give up. The families of the deceased are not going to give up, and we're not going to give up either. We're going to continue to do everything that we can to ensure that we can bring human remains back to their families for dignified burial. We will continue to do our utmost, and we will continue to work under the conviction that we can get the job done. And this is what we're doing. We continue to carry out these sensitive operations. We're committed to continuing to carry them out, and we hope to see this through.
And Israel's saying that if this doesn't happen, and if those bodies are not returned, they're already threatening and carrying out their threat to switch off the supply of aid. What are the consequences of that going to be for the people of Gaza?
The people of Gaza today need an uninterrupted, unhindered, and unrestricted flow of aid into the territory. As we mentioned earlier, they need food, they need safe water, they need medicine. So it's very imperative that they have access to the basics to live in dignity. And we have continuously called for this aid to come in, and we hope to continue to see it coming in at scale.
In terms of the logistics, obviously Gaza, much of it destroyed, clearly a more dangerous place in the world to do something like this, and to, for the reasons we've been saying, repatriate the remains of those people. The ICRC was also involved in the return of 360 Palestinian militants who were killed. The first group of 45, I believe, handed over on Tuesday. So clearly a lot more still to be repatriated. Was that process more straightforward, given that it was going in the opposite direction than the Gaza operation?
Logistically, the remains of 45 deceased is a significant number. So we had to bring in refrigerated trucks in order to ensure the proper management and that they're contained in a proper way. We had to deploy personnel to carry out the transfer. There is no straightforward operation. There will always be challenges with the transfer of human remains. But again, as we do with the hostages, we will continue to do our utmost to ensure that the remains of deceased Palestinians are brought back to their families for dignified burial. And this is also a key priority for us, and it's also an essential element of the agreement.
Just lastly, since the 7th of October 2023, the ICRC has facilitated the transfer of 172 hostages, 3,472 Palestinian detainees, and this ongoing process of repatriating human remains. How does it feel to work for an organization that, under incredibly challenging circumstances, has managed to remain neutral and effective?
We live in a very polarized world. And what the ICRC has managed to do this week shows the value of neutrality. Neutrality in action. When you have neutral humanitarian action, you can reunite families and you can bring back the deceased for dignified burial. There are very few actors that can do that today, and that's one of the unique added values of the ICRC. And this only reinforces our commitment to our neutrality. And it really shows us that when we commit to neutrality, we can yield results.
And presumably you have a great sense of pride to work for an organisation like that.
Of course.
All right, well, thank you very much indeed, Hisham Hassair, and thank you very much indeed for taking the time to come and see us.
Thanks.
We can bring into the conversation Greg Swenson, who is the chair of Republicans Overseas. He joins us from Washington. Greg, you're not overseas today by the looks of things. Just wanted to start by asking you, though, clearly a lot of headlines again about the peace process, the 20-point plan, and what stage we're at in that plan. Let's start by talking about the hostages, the deceased hostages who have not been returned in the numbers that it was expected at this stage of the plan. I mean, do you think this issue of deceased hostages not being returned on time could derail the whole plan?
Great question, Tom. I don't think so. I don't think it's as important, obviously, as the release of the hostages that were still alive. And that was obviously the biggest part of this peace agreement, the most important. And I think, that you have to understand, I think there has to be some realism here that many of these dead hostages, they might have no idea where they are. They could have been killed 2 years ago or 2 weeks ago. It's really difficult to nail that down. So I think Hamas actually telegraphed that pretty well in last weekend before even the live hostages were returned. They sort of indicated in different ways that it would be difficult. So I don't think it's a deal breaker. I don't think it will, unless there's some blatant, some blatant aggressive action to purposely not return the bodies. But if it's just because they're difficult to find and there's some logistical hurdles, I don't think it derails the deal at all.
Right. So, I mean, clearly a place like Gaza where 80% of structures have been reduced to rubble and some of the key decision makers in the ranks of Hamas, for all we know, might no longer be alive. And they may have been the last people to have known the whereabouts of those deceased hostages. So you're saying that you think there is perhaps an element of understanding from the Trump administration on this particular issue?
Yes, and that's not to suggest that it's not important to get those bodies back, and it is. But I do, think they understand in a realistic way that, as you pointed out, Tom, much of the leadership of Hamas has been eliminated already. So and then of course you have the underground tunnel network, and then all the buildings that have been destroyed. This might be a difficult phase. I don't think it compares to the actual 20 hostages being released on Monday, and B, the fact that disarming Hamas and the difficult situation internally in Gaza, I think those are much more important issues right now.
President Trump, though, striking quite a stern tone, wasn't he, yesterday when he issued that warning to Hamas, either they're going to disarm or they're going to be disarmed. He wouldn't be drawn on any of the sort of the possibilities of what the US might do in such an event. But what are your thoughts? What's the message he's trying to get across?
Well, I think he's pretty clear there, that they must honor the terms of the agreement. And as he said, they can disarm themselves or they can be disarmed. And that's not dissimilar from the threats that he made before the agreement was signed. And that's really one of the things that got Hamas to the table. Was not only was it the Israelis taking out Hamas leadership in Qatar, but also the fact that the president basically said we can do this the easy way or the hard way. And I think the alternative was quite obvious. So I think he's just reiterating what he's already said in the past. I don't think it's terribly earth-shattering that the president would view it as such. And so good for him for making that clear.
I mean, there are people that we've spoken to who've suggested that, although some great achievements have been realized in the last couple of days, notably the release of the 20 living hostages, a lot of the hard work is still ahead. I mean, is that the sense that you get from where we are in this issue?
Yes, Tom, and that's definitely the sentiment here in Washington. Is this is a great moment, and I think there's a lot of optimism, but there is a lot of hard work to do. These peace agreements have always been dicey in the Middle East, but I think there's much more optimism than we've ever seen. I mean, this is greater than the feeling around the Camp David Accords a generation ago, any of the agreements in the past, whether it was Bill Clinton or Jimmy Carter. I think both Carter and Clinton we're not given enough credit for those, but we also understand that there's a lot of challenges in there. But the optimism is really robust here in Washington, and I think in the media overall, partly because the president really brought a coalition. It's not just the president acting unilaterally. He has the support of the neighbors, the Arab neighbors in the Gulf. He's got the support of leadership around the world. You saw that on display in Washington on Monday, or actually in Cairo and Tel Aviv, or Egypt on Monday, and Tel Aviv, as well as and Jerusalem, as well as in the back here in North America yesterday. So there's a lot of momentum right now.
Right, and you mentioned President Clinton there, and he's actually been in the headlines the last few days for praising, together with former US President Joe Biden, praising this 20-point plan and the fruit that it has borne so far. I mean, is that an indication, would you say, of overall bipartisan support for what the president has been doing?
Yeah, without a doubt, Tom. And you're seeing it from many on the left. And I think they're wise and generous to do that. It reminds me in many ways of 2011, I believe, when Osama bin Laden was taken out, was eliminated by the Navy SEALs, that with authorization from President Obama. You had much support of, virtually universal support for President Obama from the right, from the Republicans. You're not seeing it universally right now, and I think it shows, how out of touch the Democrats are in many ways. But it's great to see both Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton and many others in leadership supporting and applauding President Trump. You're even seeing it from left-leaning media in the U.S., which is, again, very refreshing, but it's not universal. And you saw, Anthony Blinken yesterday, the former Secretary of State, trying to make an argument that this is really, Biden's blueprint from his administration. It's completely absurd. So I think, you will see some people on the left that just can't bring themselves to support President Trump like we did President Obama back 10, 15 years ago. But I do think, generally speaking, Tom, the support is overwhelming from both Democrats in America as well as leadership around the world.
What sort of coverage is this getting in the United States? Is this front page news? Is this at the top of all the talk shows there in the United States? Has it been for the last few days?
It really is. I mean, it's both on, the left-leaning media as well as, of course, the right-leaning media and the mainstream media even. They can't, it would be really difficult to not give President Trump credit here. And they look really silly when they do. And I think, I mentioned Anthony Blinken, former Secretary of State. You do have some left-leaning media that just can't bring themselves to do it. But I think that's the exception rather than the rule. There's a lot of positive energy here in the U.S.
Some are saying that this 20-point plan could serve as a useful blueprint for other conflicts around the world. And Ukraine springs to mind. In fact, it's been mentioned in that context. What are people saying there in Washington, Greg?
Yeah, again, there's optimism. It doesn't mean that it will be easy, but even the president in his remarks on several occasions this week has said, perhaps this is a blueprint, maybe not in those exact words, but, he kind of jokingly said to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, Russia's next or Ukraine is next. So, yeah, I think that, this could be a blueprint. There's no doubt that President Trump has proven that he is a peace president. He's an anti-war president, and yet not afraid to use force if it will lead to peace. And you saw that with taking out the Iran nuclear program back in June. So he will respect the red lines that he draws. He'll respect the threats that he makes. And I think the smart ones are the adversaries that actually understand that and choose peace rather than having their facilities blown up like they did in Iran.
You say President Trump is the peace president. He didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize this time, but I mean, let's put the clock forward, 11 3/4 months. I mean, do you think that with these efforts that are being made and presumably by next year, there'll be considerably more results to show? Do you think he'll be standing in good stead to be the 2026 recipient?
I think so, Tom. I can't guarantee it because, I think the committee and the Nobel Committee in general, is obviously very much anti-Trump. They're very much, for net zero, for example, things that they disagree on. Mass migration, I'm sure they're quite supportive of. So, these are some things where they might not be able to overcome that. But unless things change dramatically, you have overwhelming support. I think there's been some criticism, even from the left, that the Nobel Committee ignored Jimmy Carter, they ignored Bill Clinton, and yet they gave the award to Al Gore, long after he was no longer vice president. And of course, President Obama, which, back in his first term when he had barely taken office when that nomination was made. So I think on one hand, it probably was bad timing for President Trump. The nominations are in January, and the decision was made before the Israel-Gaza peace agreement was made. On the other hand, that didn't stop them from giving the prize to Barack Obama when he had done virtually nothing for world peace at the time. But all that being said, I think next year, we can say water under the bridge. Next year, it would be really difficult for the Nobel Committee to ignore what the president has done.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure talking to you. Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for having me.
Well, we can speak now to Mukhaymar Abu Sada, who is an Associate Professor of Political Science at Al-Azhar University, who is currently based in Cairo. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Professor. Really appreciate it. What's your assessment of where we are right now in the whole peace process?
Well, many thanks, Tom, for hosting me. I guess we are still in the beginning of the so-called the implementation of the Trump proposal for Gaza. Over the past few days, we have seen the implementation of the first phase of the Trump proposal, which meant the release of all Israeli hostages alive, and Hamas has handed a number of those deceased hostages. In return, Israel has released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and the entry of humanitarian assistance into the Gaza Strip. But I think we're going to wait the negotiations for the second stage of the ceasefire, which will mean the deployment of international stabilization force in Gaza made from Egypt and Jordan mainly, and also the establishment of a Palestinian technocratic committee which will run the daily affairs of the Palestinians, schooling, health, municipal services, and the like. But I think what we have heard from Prime Minister Netanyahu today while he was speaking to a U.S. media outlet, he said basically that there will not be negotiations on the second stage unless the last Israeli deceased hostage is returned back to Israel. So it might take a few days or maybe weeks until the last Israeli hostage is returned back to Israel, taking into consideration the rubble, the destruction in Gaza, and some of those hostages are under rubble, basically.
Sure. I mean, Professor, it's easy to imagine why and how this is logistically a very complicated operation, locating and repatriating those deceased hostages. But do you think this issue of the deceased hostages could derail the whole ceasefire deal?
Well, let's hope not, first of all. But I know that this is not an easy issue. I know that the Israelis would like to see their loved ones returned back and buried according to their religious, basically, and Jewish tradition. But in the meantime, we have to take into consideration that 2 years of war and left more than 80% of Gaza destroyed, a lot of rubble. And I think the Turks are sending their own team today into Gaza to try to help locating those bodies. Taken again into consideration that the Turks maybe have a good experience with locating bodies as a result of the quakes that hit Turkey many times. So it probably Hamas is going to need the help of third parties, the Turks, the Qataris, maybe the Egyptians, to help with digging those bodies out and send them back to Israel.
Right. I mean, clearly the rubble is one reason why these bodies are going to be hard to locate, perhaps. But do you think another part of it is that simply the people who knew where the bodies were located have themselves perhaps been killed? Is that a possible explanation?
I totally agree with you that maybe some of the hostages guards were dead, or some of those people who basically abducted those Israeli hostages and were guarding their bodies, because we know that some of those hostages were killed because of Israeli bombardment. So some of the guards were killed with them. Now, but let's hope that Hamas, who was capable of providing protection for the 20 alive hostages throughout the past 2 years, taking them from one place to another place, will probably be able to know whereabout. But I think, again, the most of probably the dead hostages will be recovered. However, I know it's going to be a difficult thing with some of the hostages, taken into account that one of the bodies which were returned back to Israel yesterday was not an Israeli hostage, and it was basically a different body. So it's going to take some time, and it probably, again, it's going to take a lot of technical support from other countries to help doing all of this difficult work.
Right. In the meantime, Israel threatening to cut supplies of aid into Gaza, which is, of course, urgently needed aid. But they have also said they're going to reopen the Rafah border crossing. And I'm just wondering, how much of a difference will that make to the humanitarian situation in Gaza?
Well, Tom, that is definitely a very good question. Let me say that last night, when Hamas was retained only 4 bodies, the Israelis thought that was not the implementation of the first phase of the ceasefire agreement. And then Hamas last night handed another 4 bodies. As I mentioned, one of them is not an Israeli. And that's why Israel basically retreated back and allowed the entry of supposedly 600 trucks of food and humanitarian assistance today. But I think they delayed the opening of Rafah crossing, which was supposed to be opened in both directions today. I believe the Israelis are saying that there are logistical issues. The road that connects between Rafah and Gaza, between Rafah and the Egyptian side, have been completely destroyed. And I think there probably need to be some kind of maintenance, reconstruction, or logistical support in order to make the Rafah crossing operational again. I think it's very much understandable that after 2 years of war, that the crossing itself, the departure and arrival hall of the Rafah crossing has been destroyed. So some work has to be done there. But I think, I hope that the Israelis are not taking that just an excuse to continue to block the entry and departure of Palestinians especially that there are hundreds of Palestinian sick people and injured people that need to be treated in Egypt and other countries once this crossing is open.
Sure. Well, the Palestinian authorities have said they're prepared to operate the Rafah crossing in the event that it is reopened. But just talking more broadly about the Palestinian Authority, I mean, there are people saying that the Palestinian Authority is in need of major and far-reaching reform. And I'm just wondering whether you agree with that and whether you think the PA can have a role in Gaza's future governance without that reform.
Well, Tom, definitely this is a murky issue here. If you look at the Trump peace proposal, it speaks about reforming the PA according to the Trump peace plan of 2020, and also according to the letter that President Mahmoud Abbas sent to the Egyptians and the Saudis before the convening of the two-state solution conference in New York. I don't think that the PA will be able to do these reforms very quickly, but I think in the absence of the deployment of the so-called international stabilization force in Gaza and not to allow Hamas to operate in Rafah, I guess that makes it inevitable to allow the PA to operate, some of the PA employees to operate Rafah from the Palestinian side. Now, I don't think it's going to be any problem at the Egyptian side, but maybe we're going to see some kind of a problem on the Palestinian side. So if Hamas isn't allowed to do that, so basically the PA will have to assume some kind of responsibility on the Palestinian side of Gaza for the operation of the Rafah crossing. Otherwise, that will take a lot of time for the deployment of the ISF force into Gaza to do that. And I don't think that part of the mandate of the ISF is to work in Rafah. We know now that according to the agreement signed between the PA and Israel back in 2005, a European mission was deployed after 2005, but left the crossing after Hamas took over in Gaza of the summer 2007. I think a UN mission will be deployed also inside the Rafah crossing to facilitate the movement of passengers in and out of Gaza.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Professor Mokhaima Abu Sada, thank you very much indeed, sir.
It's my pleasure. Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
We can speak now to Aaron David Miller, who is a former Middle East peace negotiator who joins us now from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure having you on Al Arabiya English. President Trump has declared the war in Gaza is over. On Monday, he said a new and beautiful day is rising. Now the rebuilding begins. He also says phase 2 of the 20-point plan has started. Do you share his assessment of where we are right now?
Look, let's be clear. What we have and what we don't have. We do not have a peace agreement. What we have is a remarkable moment by an American president in an effort to break a two-year conflict in which Israelis and Palestinians have visited huge parade of horrors on one another. There is no inexorable end, no inevitable end to the war in Gaza. But what the president has done in phase 1 is to begin to diffuse the 3 reasons why anyone really cared about Gaza to begin with. One is the release of hostages, 20 live Israeli hostages, assuming Hamas complies with the other requirement to identify, locate, and return the bodies of those hostages who are not alive. That issue is going to be diffused. Second, end of the war permanently. My own read is this, that Hamas released hostages because they came to the conclusion, perhaps under Arab state pressure, the Qataris and the Turks, Muslim and Arab state pressure, that holding the hostages basically guaranteed an inevitable, inexorable, comprehensive Israeli military campaign. what you're going to see, I think, is a dramatic diminution of Israel's offensive military operations against Rafah, Gaza City, Khan Yunis. And if that is the case, then you could see a flooding of the zone of humanitarian assistance. No more exploitation by criminal gangs and elements, no more self-distribution, and no more inflated prices of food and other commodities on the black market. So the first phase of this, I think, will take an enormous amount of pressure out of and diffuse the urgency with which the international community, the region, viewed the Gaza. Whether or not it will bring an end to the war depends on tackling three major problems, which at the moment seem to be extremely difficult. Number one, demilitarization and decommissioning of Hamas's weapons. Number two, the deployment of an international stabilization force to maintain security and law and order. And three, to create a legitimate and authoritative Palestinian governing structure. Those are going to be difficult issues to resolve. But if Trump demonstrates the same resolve, by the way, I worked for presidents of both political parties, Jimmy Carter to Bush 43, and I'd throw in Biden and Obama as well. No American president, with the possible exception of Dwight Eisenhower, brought the kind of pressure on an Israeli prime minister on an issue that he deemed, the Israeli prime minister, deemed vital to his politics and to his conception of Israel's national security. So if Trump can continue to deliver that, I think this actually might work.
Okay, so you're saying the momentum is there, but the hard graft perhaps still lies ahead of us.
Absolutely. I mean, I've attended, I don't know how many peace conferences, celebrations over the course of 25 years or so of working on this. The hardest moment for any would-be mediator is the day after, when people sit around and ask themselves the hard questions. How do we actually make this work? Jimmy Carter, having brought Sadat and Begin to Camp David, right, in September 1977, within 3 months of that historic agreement at Camp David, within 3 months, the Egyptian-Israeli peace process was in crisis. It required, and Carter was one of the three presidents before Trump to address the Israeli Knesset. He did so in March of '79 during the course of a historic trip to try to convince the Egyptians and the Israelis to sign what they would ultimately sign later that month, an Egyptian-Israeli peace. So no, if Trump isn't prepared to own this, to embrace it, to invest himself in it, it's not going to work.
President Trump sounded like he was losing patience with Hamas, particularly on this issue of the deceased hostages' remains being returned to Israel. He issued a threat to them as well, saying either disarm or be disarmed. And on the other hand, looking at what Hamas has been doing in the last 24, 48 hours, they've been carrying out public executions of people deemed as collaborators or other types of criminal in Gaza. They seem to be saying, we're not going anywhere. What do you read into their actions these last couple of days?
I mean, look, I think Hamas was convinced. And remember, who are we talking about here? I mean, most of the senior veteran leaders are dead, including Yahya Sinwar, Mohammed Sinwar, so many others. Decisions are being made by military commanders, Izzedine al-Haddad, the brigade commander of Gaza City, and others. The external leadership has pressed them to accept the possibility, and the Arab states have weighed in as well, that if in fact you release the hostages, your freedom of action in Gaza would actually expand. And nothing over the last 3 days has convinced me that argument is wrong. Not only are they seeking retribution against key clans and individuals, Abu Shabaab, that they believe are collaborators, they're deploying their administrative control over areas that the Israelis have redeployed from. I mean, who is giving the orders to deploy thousands of civilian police into these areas? It cannot be done without Hamas acquiescence. And when the president says, look, as far as I'm concerned, I wish Hamas would give up not only control of Gaza, and basically Palestinians would be able to elect. You'd have elections in Gaza and the West Bank. But the reality is when the president says, if you don't disarm, we will disarm you. I mean, what are we talking about? The state of Israel, with probably the most powerful military in the region, has spent the last 2 years deploying thousands of its forces with its own intelligence apparatus and sophisticated weaponry and AI and all of it. They have not succeeded. What is Trump going to do? Deploy 50,000 American special forces to occupy Gaza and clear, hold, and build? Hamas will have to make some accommodation. Is it their personal weapons they're being asked to give up? Is it dismantling the tunnel infrastructure and their laboratories that create high trajectory weapons and IEDs? They'll play along to the extent they can. But if you want to undermine Hamas, you're going to have to somehow find a way to empower an alternative Palestinian leadership that has real credibility on the streets and can deliver the security and prosperity in Gaza that Palestinians have so long been denied. And on the West Bank, you're going to have to empower a leadership that is able, largely through negotiations with an Israeli government that was willing and able to end the Israeli occupation. If you can't do that, then Hamas is not just going to survive. As a consequence of Israel's annexationist policies on the West Bank, it's going to thrive, and it's going to seek to take over the Palestinian national movement.
Right. You seem to be suggesting, as many have as well, that the PA is not necessarily up to the job, headed up by Mahmoud Abbas, who next month will turn 90. I mean, what do you think is the right way forward for the PA? Clearly, they need reforms. What do they need to do?
I mean, look, why is the PA so feckless? Why has it been stripped of its credibility? Why, according to Khalil Shikaki's polling, is it in single digits when you talk about Mahmoud Abbas in comparison with other Palestinian potential leaders like Marwan Barghouti, for example? Yes, the PLO has to some degree self-destructed, but it's also a consequence of Israeli policies as well. The Israelis have sucked out and undermined the credibility of the Palestinian Authority since its inception. I don't know how to solve the problem the Palestinian national movement now confronts, but it is a crisis because the choice that Palestinians are faced with, Hamas on one hand, Mahmoud Abbas on the other. And it's really not a choice, is it? Because Palestinians are denied the possibility of actually doing the choosing. I don't know. I wouldn't insult your intelligence and that of your viewers and listeners by suggesting that somehow I have a prescription for revitalizing the Palestinian national movement. I will say this, though. For all the transgressions that the Israelis have committed, settlement activity, land confiscation, closures, targeted killings, acquiescing in settler violence, and even terror. The one challenge the Palestinian national movement has not been able to overcome, and something it has to overcome, is the problem of one gun, one authority, one negotiating position. Arafat had it. When we went to Camp David in July of 2000, I was one of the 7 or 8 Americans as part of that negotiating team. That was the last time a Palestinian leader had credibility, legitimacy, and if he chose to exercise it, which at times he did and at times he didn't during the Second Intifada. But Arafat had the capacity and the power to impose on using his own security forces. You need a Palestinian leader or leaders who can have a monopoly on the forces of violence within Palestinian society. One gun, one authority, one negotiating position. If Palestinians had that, and you had an Israeli leader, which you do not have, willing and able to take Palestinian concerned seriously on the 5 core issues that we struggled with at Camp David: borders, security, refugees, Jerusalem, and end of all conflict and claims? If you had an Israeli and Palestinian leader and an American mediator who was prepared to be reassuring when necessary and tough at other times, you could actually envision the possibility, of a conflict-ending solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But we don't have any of that. That's the problem.
Okay, well, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you sharing your thoughts and analysis with us. Aaron David Miller, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Professor Ammar Yaghi, congratulations. I mean, wow, it is such an honor to be talking to you, the first Saudi scientist to win a Nobel Prize. I mean, I'm really grateful to be here today. And when your name was announced in Stockholm, was it a moment of surprise or more of the accumulation of a lifelong inner journey, so to speak?
It was a surprise. I mean, I received the call from the committee when I was landing in Frankfurt and taking my bags to deplane. So it was very surprising, and I was right there in the plane while they were telling me that I have been awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry. And they were talking about the different presentations that they were going to make in 90 minutes. Before the official announcement, and they asked me whether I would be available to give interviews. And I said, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to because I would be on my next flight during that time. So it was absolutely fantastic. And there is, you can't prepare for moments such as this.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, tell me more about how you felt. How did it feel after all this hard work that you've been doing, all this research you've been doing to finally have this moment announced?
Well, I think scientists do science for two reasons. One is that they want to stimulate their mind, advance the frontiers of knowledge for the benefit of humanity, but they also want to be recognized for their work. And I think that those are two important components. If you ask a scientist to work in an isolation and they can't report their work, they can't talk about their work, they probably wouldn't do it. So I think that this is important to keep in mind, is that we work for advancing the frontiers of knowledge. And when our research, our results have benefit to society, it's really an amazing feeling. And to be called by the Nobel Committee, which is the highest honor a scientist could receive, that's just an icing on the cake. And it's really part of an important legacy for a scientist to to be awarded such a prize. It also, I think the prize allows us to, especially the emerging generation, to open their eyes to what is possible. I think it enhances the science, it encourages the youth, and it brings the science up front and center in society. I think those are very, very important for building an educated society.
I can imagine, Anna, and I will get back to that in just a moment. Professor, now, as the first scientist carrying the name of Saudi Arabia to receive a Nobel in chemistry, how does this reflect on the significant advancements Saudi Arabia is witnessing in the fields of research, development, and as well as innovation?
Well, first, I want to thank His Majesty King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and I also want to thank the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, for the support that they've shown me during the last years, for supporting my research, encouraging me. I think this is important to mention. Science cannot be done in vacuum. It requires a lot of different contributions from different sides, and they have done a tremendous job in supporting me. I also want to thank CAXT, King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, for their collaboration, scientific collaboration over the last many years. These two aspects have helped me craft our research and direct our research in directions that benefit society. And we've taken the basic science all the way to applications and to commercialization through these collaborations and through the support of His Majesty and His Royal Highness in this regard. And I just want to mention that and thank them very much. This is an important time to acknowledge the people who have contributed to my success. In terms of its impact on society, I think the kingdom is going through an amazing transformation to become an important contributor to the world scene of science, and not just science, but also technology. And you can see every day different initiatives, such as the Al 2030 initiative, which is an important initiative for evolving the science in the kingdom. This is very important. The kingdom has a lot of smart people, and especially in universities, and these initiatives are very important at providing them opportunities, opening the door for them to experience and achieve their potential.
Beautiful. Completely agree, Professor. Now, let's talk a little bit science. When you first imagined materials, molecule by molecule, did you ever think it will lead to drinking water from air desert? I mean, such a radical transformation, at least for me.
Very good question. When I set out to do research, I wanted to build materials like one would build Legos, or take molecules like building blocks and put them together to make different forms. And that was very, very exciting. And I did it, honestly, I did it because I love molecules, and I love the beauty of molecules. Their molecules is what attracted me to chemistry when I was 10 years old. I discovered drawings of molecules. We call them stick and ball diagrams. And I didn't know what they were at 10 years old, but certainly I figured out in future that these are molecules, and I became more and more interested in them, and I became deeper and went into the knowledge deeper and deeper. And finally, I had my independent position at Arizona State University back in 1992, and there I was free to exercise my ideas. And again, we wanted to implement the concept of building materials from molecular building blocks, and we succeeded. And that was an amazing moment. But once you build materials and in this case, we have basically opened a gold mine where any molecule could be stitched together to make a new material. So the possibilities are almost endless. Now, it's not just beauty of what you've created, but also now we have to ask questions about what are they useful for. And that's when we embarked on applying the chemistry to taking water out of desert air to make drinking water, taking CO2 out of the air to clean the air, and many storing hydrogen into the pores to make clean energy. So all these things are a progression of the initial success that we've had in assembling materials from the molecular building block approach, and that's what the committee has cited for the development of metal organic frameworks.
Well, it is an amazing accomplishment indeed, Professor. Now, will MOFs one day allow entire cities to run on captured water and recycled air? I mean, is that science fiction or an engineering deadline, so to speak?
Well, it sounds like science fiction. In fact, there were movies made about trapping water from air. But the power of these materials is that they can make dreams come to reality. And this is the beauty of it. We have a startup called Atoko in the south of Los Angeles, in Irvine, that is already testing devices that would deliver 2,000 liters a day from trapping water out of the air and requiring very little energy. They also have another product that would deliver 850 liters a day of water, clean drinking water, using only ambient sunlight. No electricity, no power input, just ambient sunlight. So this means that these products will be widely deployed in cities, villages, everywhere where there is a need for clean water. So this is not science fiction anymore. It is reality, and it's made so by metal organic frameworks.
Beautiful, beautiful. And we look forward to having that implemented in many, many other cities around the world, especially in countries of need. So, Professor, allow me to ask you this. Is there a discovery you dream of that science hasn't yet caught up with?
Well, yes, I dream a lot about the future. And you have, as the saying say, you have to have a dream for a dream to come true. And scientists in general, and especially me, I was taught by my father and then by my PhD mentor that you have to do something completely new, okay? Completely new as a scientist. And that's what we strive for. Yes, right now I have dreams, I have ideas on how we can take this chemistry to the next level, which is, could we design MOFs that operate like DNA, meaning that they have sequences of information that code for very specific properties. They could be carbon capture and conversion of carbon to useful materials. That could happen in just one material. That's what we're working on now. It's a big challenge. If we can solve it, then we would have completely changed further the way people think about making materials. So that's one direction. The other direction is that we have many ideas on how we can accelerate discovery using AI, using machine learning and large language models, AI tools that allow us to take things that we research for 2 to 3 years to achieve a result and reduce that time down to just weeks. We have already preliminary results that show that we can speed up the discovery of new materials so that we can achieve new materials that have very specific applications much quicker, 50-fold faster than what we have been doing. So the future is very bright, and we only scratch the surface. There's a lot more work to do. And we have many, many ideas about how these materials can be modified further and with the use of AI, completely transform the way material science and chemistry work. This is something that I might add is a significant part of my collaboration with CAXT in Saudi Arabia.
Amazing. I'm glad to hear that you have the support for that amazing vision that you have, Professor. Now, allow me to end with this. After winning this prize, what messages do you have to all the youth? I mean, you mentioned earlier how important this prize is for the youth, and especially the youth of Saudi Arabia, that you made this possible for every single child in Saudi Arabia to look up to having a Nobel one day in their lives. And not only in Saudi Arabia, but all the Arab children look up to you in that. So what are your messages to them?
Well, my message for Saudi Arabia is that you live in an amazing country that has tremendous resources and leadership that has the will to put those resources behind your education and behind the development of science and technology. This is a time in the history of science where it's never been better to do science. We have amazing equipment, amazing facilities that provide amazing opportunities for young people to engage in science. And as I mentioned with AI, this becomes even transformative to one's opportunities and for them to plug into solving societal challenges and developing technologies to make better standards of life for not just Saudis, but everyone in the region and the world. So my advice to them would be science allows you to get to the top the quickest. Okay, it just requires patience, and you have to do the experiment. If you do the experiment, you have the possibility to discover. And when you discover it could transform the world. So I think that my message is to do the experiment and to be bold and not afraid to try new things. So the experiment is paramount to discovery.
I agree. I think having the courage to experiment unknown things is absolutely the key to some amazing adventures and findings. Professor Omar Yaghi, congratulations again. The first Saudi scientist to get a Nobel Prize in chemistry. It's been an honor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your interest and for this wonderful interview.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome, dear viewers, to this special interview with the President of Somalia, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, conducted from inside the Presidential Palace in Mogadishu, the Somali capital. Your Excellency, welcome to El Arabiya. Let me begin with your recent visit to Ethiopia to attend the official inauguration of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam at the invitation of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. How does Somalia view the inauguration of the Renaissance Dam?
Well, the Grand Renaissance, Ethiopian Renaissance Dam was a big project that has been going on more than a decade under construction. And it is there for power generation, as we have been explaining to the area. The area is not an agricultural area, it's a mountainous area, but for 5,000 megawatt it will produce, as we have been. That has definitely have an impact on the Ethiopian economy, as well as the region. Already Ethiopia supplies electricity to Kenya, Sudan, Djibouti, of course not Somalia yet. But so that, and power and electricity, energy is the most important thing and prerequisite for any development. So it was good, and it was built there. Surrounded is other issues are there, but the dam as it is it was successful project by the Ethiopian government.
Mr. President, this issue raises many questions. Somalia has a strategic alliance with Egypt and has also recently restored diplomatic relations with Ethiopia. Speaking of your recent visit to Ethiopia and participation in the inauguration of the Renaissance Dam, a matter considered highly sensitive for Cairo, how is Somalia handling this issue amid complex regional and strategic shifts? And does this affect your relationship with Egypt, given how sensitive this file is to Cairo?
I can say only on the perspective of Somalia, Ethiopia is a neighbor. We have not chosen to be neighbors together here in the Horn of Africa. We share almost 2,000 kilometers of border with population on different sides of the border being Somalis and many other issues. And Ethiopia is a part, of course, of the African Union mission here, as well as Egypt now. So our relationship with Ethiopia was not meant to compromise our strategic relationship with Egypt. Somalia is a country that has one motto, which is Somalia at peace with itself and at peace with the rest of the world. So that is our motto, and we all, as I said yesterday, the other day in the inauguration of the dam, Somalia is ready to support both countries to understand each other, not only Egypt but Sudan as well. And there was an issue. This issue was going on for more than a decade now, and still is going on. And I think it will have a positive solution will come. And the issue we raised with the Prime Minister of Ethiopia as well, and he promised that he will be sitting with anybody with everybody who has a concern about the dam and its water.
Mr. President, in your view, what could be the path toward a solution or de-escalation between the two sides on this issue? And who could help restore balance and calm between them?
As I said in the inauguration, I said this dam, for some people it is for energy, and for others it is for water and food security. And both has to be mutually satisfied on their issues, and that can only take place through a peaceful solution and peaceful dialogue. And as far as I know, both Egypt and Ethiopia has always been willing to dialogue the subject. And I hope it will be soluble. There are international bodies who, and this is not the first time, the negotiations has been going on between Ethiopia, Egypt, Sudan, and other countries that have concerns on the Nile Delta, or Nile Basin. And this dialogue reached somewhere, and one of the times there was a signed agreement, another time discussion is going on. And I think it will go on, and it will come up. The solution will come at the end.
A few days ago, an Egyptian military delegation arrived in Mogadishu in preparation for the deployment of Egyptian troops under the African Union mission to support stability in Somalia. How do you, Mr. President, view this step? And what will be the role of the Egyptian forces in Somalia?
Somalia and Egypt has a very, very long historic relationship and a very strategic partner as well recently. We have that strategic partner with Egypt, even Somalia, before we become independent. In the 1950s, when Jamal Abdel Nasser was there, and when the Canal Suez was attacked, Somalia was not an independent, but the Somali people by that time, they stood up and they stand with the Egyptians. Since then, and our relationship is 1,000 years old, since Hatshepsut visited Somalia in those years, 5,000 years ago. So Somalia and Egypt has that type of bond together. In that line, Egypt now is participating in the peace mission, the African Union mission here in Somalia. This is the first time that Egypt is being part of the mission. You know, always there are delays here and there from the African Union, from the UN, from many places, but the Egyptians, they make the last assessment. When the officers come here, they assess the ground, they assess the area that they are going to operate. So what we are waiting only is the arrival, the first contingent of the Egyptians to arrive in Somalia soon and work in the umbrella of the African Union. But as well as Egypt has been supporting Somalia, Somali security forces, Somali defense forces, all of them by training, providing certain equipment. So the relationship between Somalia and Egypt is very, very strong.
There has been some Ethiopian discontent, or let's say concern, regarding the arrival of this Egyptian military delegation in Mogadishu. The Ethiopian ambassador to Somalia even expressed such concerns publicly. Did Addis Ababa communicate with you or raise this issue directly?
No. They've never been raised with my level or even with the ministerial level. I heard that the Ethiopian ambassador, but that was not right. But here one thing is Somalia is independent and sovereign state, and our decisions are sovereign as well. So we choose Egypt to come here, and definitely they will.
Mr. President, how do you view the recent statements by Ethiopian Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed, in which he described his country's loss of access to the Red Sea as a historic mistake and a matter of national survival, pledging to regain that access? Do you consider this a threat, even indirectly, to Somali interests or to the overall security of the Horn of Africa, including Somalia, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Eritrea?
Well, there are 16 African countries in this continent who all of them are landlocked. And fortunately, all of them have access to the sea. And the Red Sea is one of the seas that surrounds Africa. So if Ethiopia wants to reach the Red Sea, they can, but there are always standards, ways to reach, and I hope that they will follow that universally accepted standards to reach there. And I haven't seen any now war or contentious issue standing. I have been hearing rumors that Ethiopia and Eritrea are going to fight on the Red Sea and all this, but I've never officially heard it from it. But Somalia will never stand and support for any violence or any violation of sovereignty of any country in the world. So we hope that the Red Sea is a very, very important and strategic sea. Of course, Somalia is not immediately part, but it concerns our economy, it concerns our security, and we have a say on it. So we hope that all those countries who are bordered with the Red Sea and those who have security concerns about the Red Sea, all of them has to agree and has to understand each other. There is no country that can be allowed to violate the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of any other country. And I'm not hoping, I'm not expecting that there will be a war, but our position is very clear. We need countries to, when they have issues, to sit together, dialogue, and agree on, but not use of forces. It's not our favor at all.
Another important development is Somalia's election as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council last January. First, Mr. President, what key issues do you plan to raise or advocate for within the Council? And is there any coordination between you and major Arab countries in this regard?
Well, Somalia has been in the UN Security Council in 1972. Since then, we were not. This is again the second time now we are elected member of the UN, non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. As you rightly said, we have many hats to wear when we are there in the UN Security Council. Of course, we are African, and we are part of the African Union, 3 countries that represent African Union. Somalia is one. So we are binded with the principles and the issues of the African Union as well. On the other hand, we are member of the Arab League, and we represent there for the interests of the Arab world, wherever there is an issue concerning the Arab world. Right now, Palestine is an issue, and our position has always been very clear and will remain in that clear position. On the third time, we are also a member of the OIC, and we represent the Islamic world there as well. So when it comes to Islamic issues, also Somalia has to stand. So we have these multiple roles there, but above all, we are there, those countries who are fragile, like Somalia did, who have problem of security, like we did. Our own feelings are and sympathy are with those countries that are in a similar situation or close to the situations of Somalia. So Somalia will stand there, and we will always be on the right side of the issues. Somalia is a small country. We have our global or international agenda is limited only to those issues, and we are a member of the non-aligned world as well. So we are not in one block or the other. We are there for those interests by those people.
Mr. President, how would you assess Somalia's relationship with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Well, again, you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is similarly a country that we have a very, very strong traditional relationship for, of course, centuries since the event of Islam in that country. And Somalia, one of those countries who have been. So Somalia and Saudi Arabia shared a lot of long history. At times, Somalia stood with Saudi Arabia when they were difficult, maybe a century or so ago. And since then, since independence, when His Majesty King Faisal was there in the 1960s, Saudi Arabia has always been with Somalia, supporting Somalia at difficult times. And since today, they are still with us, and they are supporting Somalia, of course, diplomatically. And in the past, it was humanitarian, that was the needs of Somalia. But today, it's again development and investment in Somalia's interest now at this right moment. And Saudi Arabia and Somalia, there are a lot of discussions going on for development and investment projects in the near future.
To what extent do you see coordination between Mogadishu and Riyadh developing on issues of mutual concern, such as counterterrorism and regional stability?
Well, as I said, there are many files that are right now going on for discussion, and some of them are just close to end soon, maybe in a very short period of time. But so far, what we have prominently already achieved is the collaboration between us on the war against terror. Saudi Arabia trains our security forces, part of our security forces at senior level, leadership level even, and Saudi Arabia also contributes sharing information about the terrorists on both sides of that. So that file is already moving forward, but there are other files that are in the process of discussion right now.
Mr. President, Somalia remains at war with terrorist groups, but it also suffers from challenges such as unemployment and underdevelopment. What is your vision for addressing these issues? And how can Somalia take advantage of global competition, Western, Chinese, American, and even Russian, to promote development in the country?
Well, first of all, as you rightly said, Somalia is in a terrorist war for almost close to 2 decades now. But we have been gaining experience on that. Usually, traditionally, Somalia was fighting with the terrorists on the military front only. And now we develop a new strategy that concerns about the ideological war against the terrorists and the financial war against terrorists. I was curbing the financing terror as well. So multiple fronts are now Somalia fighting against these terrorists. Now, the issue now we have is, as I said earlier, we don't have a big agenda, global agenda. Our agenda is national or regional at the moment, at the best. So the competition between the West and the East and all this also, it affects the whole world. Because, as you rightly said, when two elephants are fighting, the grass is the suffers. So the developing world suffers when the big powers are fighting each other. We have our own concerns on some of the issues, but the world is changing, and we hope that the United Nations, the international order, the international financing architecture, so many things are under constant review. We hope that it will go on the right direction. But for us, We are a friend to everybody unless that everybody proves that they are not our friend.
فخامة الرئيس لو سمحت لي دعنا نتوقف عند هذا.
Mr. President, allow me to pause at this critical point. Combating al-Shabaab and other terrorist organizations. How do you assess the current threat posed by al-Shabaab? And how effective are the ongoing military operations against it in Somalia?
ضدها في الصومال.
Well, Somalia is fighting not only al-Shabaab, but we are also fighting Daesh in the northern part of Somalia, the mountainous part in the northern Somalia, northeastern Somalia, particularly Puntland area. A success has been reached there by the Somali security forces there, as well as we are doing the same here in al-Shabaab. Shabaab, we are fighting for, as I said, almost close to 2 decades now, very experienced, have a very strong network within the society, particularly the rural Somalia, where they have been there. Those kids that were born when al-Shabaab took over in the 2007, 2008 in the country are now, 28 years, 27 years old. They are the ones who are fighting. People that has been in rural area, never exposed to any other part or any other world, never have a free media to listen to, follow up. So they have been indoctrinated for more than a decade is the one. So this is not an easy task. Somalia is facing that task. Yes, we are getting very, very good support from the international partners, but not enough. Not enough yet. Most of Sudan is facing Somalia with its own limited resources, but the people of Somalia, because of the mobilization of the government by the people, to the people, now the people is really the ones that are leading the fighting, not only our formal security forces. Yes, we are, on one hand, we are building our security forces, and on the other hand, we are fighting. You can understand. And building a security forces is not a very short term, it's a long term and a long process. So there is a lot of challenges going on, but so far we've succeeded to push al-Shabaab in many parts of Somalia. But Somalia is a big country, and more than 60% of the population are living in the rural area. So still the threat of al-Shabaab is still imminent in Somalia, and it's a real threat, but it's not as it was before. Mogadishu has never been a secure place, and for the last 3.5 years, I have been attacked 5 times by al-Shabaab when I was touring the country and standing in front lines with explosive vehicles driving on, as they did recently even here in Mogadishu. But now their capability of using those techniques and all this are weak, and they are many places very far away.
Mr. President, last March, you personally survived an assassination attempt, thankfully unharmed. What can you tell us about this security breach? What vulnerabilities did the terrorists exploit to target you personally, and, through you, the symbolic representation of the state?
One thing that al-Shabaab has convinced themselves is that this war going on, there is only one switch. If you make it off, the whole war will stop, and that is the assassination of Hassan Sheikh. So they have tried. And not only this time, even from 2012, they have been trying to assassinate me, to kill me, but they never succeeded, and inshallah they will not succeed. Now, in the recent attack here, they built a bomb inside a house on the side of the road map. The house itself, a huge bomb. It was not something outside. When my convoy was passing there, they exploded, and one of my cars were seriously damaged. Fortunately, none of our people, my close protection people, died there. They destroyed the car, and so since then, the interagency task force has been assigned to follow up what has happened and how and who did it with Shabaab. Since then, they were making follow-up, and I think 3 days back, the man who has engineered this has been eliminated. He has been neutralized, and his team, 10 of his team, and he himself has been neutralized very far away from Mogadishu. So the risk is always there. They try. They have been trying all the time here in Mogadishu, but they didn't succeed by bringing a car into Mogadishu. or going and taking over hotels and public places, ministries. They were using to go and fight for 2-3 days there until they are complete of them eliminated. That thing has not happened in the last 8-9 months here in Mogadishu. So, and then there is a very clear strategy built on, which will be going on expanding from Mogadishu, pushing back until we reach it to the borders of Somalia.
During my visit this week to displacement camps in Mogadishu and to the town of Barire in southwestern Somalia, recently liberated from al-Shabaab by the army, I met many Somalis who expressed hope to return to their homes. Mr. President, when will these people be able to return safely to their towns?
First of all, there are not only those villages, but there are millions, almost 2 million people throughout Somalia who are displaced people, internally displaced people, all over Somalia. Most of them displaced by al-Shabaab, but some of them are displaced by droughts, floods, or natural disasters. So it's true that cities, when you know al-Shabaab, what they do, they dug tunnels below the city and they fight there, and the city was destroyed. So the Somali government will be working on bringing those people back. There is one more place that's remaining for that front, which is Barire, which we are going to take over in the coming days and weeks. So the government will work on the rehabilitation of those. So this is agricultural, it's the basket, food basket of Somalia. It's the territory that produces most of the food in Somalia. So the government of Somalia will work with the people and help the people to rehabilitate their houses and their life back again.
Let's turn, Mr. President, to domestic politics. How do you view the direct election scheduled for next year? The first in 57 years since the last vote in 1960.
Mm-hmm. First of all, it was 1969, the last election. March 1969 was the last election here in Somalia. Since then, democratic election has not happened. And we have, what do you call it, the indirect election, the selection process. It was good, but it was improving from one time after the other. Now we reached to a level that after 25 years of the Third Republic of Somalia that was established in 2000, we cannot remain in the indirect election, and the world cannot deal with us anymore with the indirect election. People that has not been elected by leaders that has not been elected by the people or the representative of the people. So this time, that's what we are working. I will not claim that we will make the elections 100% perfect or 100% all the 20 million Somalis will vote. But from few thousand people that were selecting the leaders, now we wanted to reach a couple of million people. Only here in Mogadishu, almost 1 million has been registered as voter registers, and all over federal member states, registrations are going on. So what we are expecting is a couple of million, 3 million, 4 million people will participate in the election. And I think that it has been clear and very visible that the Somali people, how the Somali people are interested to play. People who have never been go into a voting booth now are saying our dreams have come true and they want to go. Case of example, there was a lady who said, I'm 60 years old, I've never voted, and I was not expecting that I will vote. This is the time that I will leave. So it's the population are very enthusiastic, and always there is a political opposition is there, but things are moving through institutions. We established it, reviewed the constitution, established the electoral law, the political party law. All the tools of the game are set in place, and the security is moderately acceptable. We go on as far as we can.
Mr. President, both Puntland and Jubaland have called on the federal government to engage in dialogue over the electoral crisis, suggesting that such dialogue could be the key to resolving it. How did you respond to this invitation?
Elections are two levels. One is local election, local municipalities, federal member states, and one is the national election selected by the parliament of both chambers and, of course, the leadership. So far what we are focusing now is the local elections, which is going to happen soon. Puntland is not included because they did the local elections already. they make one man, one vote local elections. But both Puntland and Jubaland, we are in the process of pursuing them, and by the time of the local elections, we hope the problem of Jubaland will be settled, and before the national elections as well, the problem of Puntland will be settled. So the channels of communication are already open, and we are continuing with a dialogue with them.
You often say that the federal government is a unifying government. Have you succeeded in achieving unity between the central government and Somalia's regional states, especially given the country's political and clan diversity?
No, you know, the federal system has always a problem. The best time a federal system can be easily implemented is when the state is stable, when the rules are there, when everything is set. Our has been established in a very difficult time, so a lot has been improving. I mean, even now, this term I'm in, there was every 2 months we have a dialogue space, what we call it National Consultative Council, NCC, which is the heads of states, federal member states, and the federal government sit together and discuss about the future political structure of the state, the governance system, the judiciary, everything. So many things has been agreed on. There are little political issues that are still under consideration, and the government our doors are always open. We are willing to reach out everybody, and we are willing to accommodate everybody, as we did recently. Strong and important elements of the opposition has been agreed with the federal government, but still there are others who are remaining, which we are still pursuing.
What were the main obstacles you faced before forming the government? How would you describe your relationship with Eastern Somalia, which recently became part of the federal government, and with Northern Somalia as a whole?
First of all, the northeastern state, the area was a very difficult area. It has been a disputed area for such a long time. All the necessities of those citizens who are there has never been implemented. The humanitarian was not reaching enough there. Governance system was very weak, and it was part of Somaliland. All over Somaliland is a very stable and peaceful place. We say clear on that. There is no problem. But unfortunately, between this region and Somaliland, there was problem. We ourselves, we have tried to stabilize and talk to the Somaliland leadership, the former leadership, not the current leadership, not to continue. Because principally, we believe that violence will never bring satisfactory results. So we've tried, but unfortunately it never happened. So this is a place now that has very limited chance to go back to Somaliland, number one. Number two, they are a very strong unionists who are willing to unite. But even then, and they have that position for a long time. But even then, although they were unionists, we have never interfered, never encouraged. We have been trying to get the whole Somaliland one time, agreed with them and bring them together. But the process has got prolonged for a long time, and there was no immediate visible solutions in the past. So that's that. So this region is a very difficult region throughout the history. It is the border between the colonial British and the colonial Italian, and it has always been that. That is the land of the Mad Mullah in the history of Somalia, Sayyid Muhammad Abdullah Hassan. That was an area that has been like that. That was a very controversial area most of the time. The last democratically elected president was assassinated there. So there must be an administration and governance system in that area. Without governance system, the people in that area will suffer, and it will create problem to all, both Somaliland, Puntland, other regions. So the only option that we had was to support them, to have their own administrative structure that they consensually agreed, and they did it. Somaliland may have concerns, Puntland may have concerns, but all those concerns can be settled with dialogue, with amicable solution, using our traditional system of peace building.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this special interview. And thank you, dear viewers, for watching Al Arabiya. Until next time.
passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Michal Prendergast. This is a special interview. It was recorded after President Trump gave Hamas a Friday ultimatum: accept the ceasefire by Sunday, or in his words, all hell will break loose. The plan removes Hamas from power in Gaza, with former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair leading reconstruction. I spoke with Blair's former communications director, Alistair Campbell, to discuss it further. Thanks so much for your time, Alistair. I want to start with the breaking news. President Trump has given an ultimatum saying Hamas has until Sunday to respond to the peace deal. He's warned that if they don't, all hell will break loose. What's your response?
Well, I mean, look, it's kind of typical of the bluster and the Trump style that we're very used to. The point is, does this work very well in a sensitive, difficult, complicated peace process? And he might think so, but, you know, I would suggest possibly otherwise. I don't think it's unreasonable for him to expect a response, but I suspect that what's beneath the language is that unless you respond in exactly the way that I want you to, all hell will break loose. And I just think that when you go through the detail of the 20-point plan, to my mind, it's less a plan than a kind of very, very complicated wish list. And I think it's not unreasonable for all the parties that are involved in this and all the people for whom there will be consequences from whether this is agreed or not agreed, at least have a little bit of time to go through it. So I'm not convinced that the best way to have launched this was just with Trump and Bibi Netanyahu in the White House, because it reminded me of, you know, when I know you're from the Republic of Ireland, and when I was involved with Tony Blair in the Northern Ireland peace process, this feels a little bit like if the Unionists in Northern Ireland and the British government had got together and said, right, this is the plan for peace, you take it or you leave it, and we want your response in 72 hours. Well, you know and I know exactly what the response would have been. Of course, and we're going to come on to the Good Friday Agreement later. You're perhaps someone who knows Sir Tony Blair better than anyone. Is he the right person for this Gaza role, given how controversial he remains in the region? Well, when I say there are lots of complicated issues that arise from every single point in this 20-point plan, I think we're a long way from that happening in terms of this border peace that Donald Trump says he's going to chair. But look, you're right. I do know Tony Blair very, very well, and I think he is very well suited to the challenges that would come from the sort of role that's being talked about. Partly the Northern Ireland experience, partly also just his experience as a public figure, somebody who's incredibly intelligent, very, 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 very focused on detail in any complex process that he's involved in. And yes, he's a controversial figure, but it's very rare in the modern age in particular that anybody who has held a high-profile position for a long time is not controversial. And I guess the controversy in relation to the Middle East, people will say, well, that focuses on his role in particular in Afghanistan and Iraq in supporting the Americans there. But all I would say is that Tony Blair is not one of those politicians who's kind of left office and then just sort of, gone off to make lots of money. He's done that for sure, but he's done that so that he can run the institute that he runs, and also so that he can stay involved in some of these really difficult, complex situations. So I think he's somebody there whose heart is in the right place, desperately wants this thing to succeed, desperately wants to see peace in the Middle East. And also I think from the perspective of the Palestinian side, I actually think will be making the case constantly. So if, for example, if you go to the first 2 points of that Gaza plan that Trump and Netanyahu announced, it says Gaza will be a de-radicalized terror-free zone that does not pose a threat to its neighbors. Gaza will be redeveloped for the benefit of the people of Gaza who have suffered more than enough. I sense the hand of Tony Blair in the who have suffered more than enough, and I'm not sure that's something that would have necessarily been put there by the Americans and the Israelis.
As you just stated, Tony Blair is not short of money. Is he doing this out of duty, or is it redemption, or out of his personal legacy?
I think he's doing it because although he's, into his 70s now, he's still got an awful lot of energy. He gets motivated by interesting big challenges. And I think, look, he left office some time ago now, but then he did the job, the United Nations Special Envoy for the Quartet. I think he was very frustrated by that role, didn't really have his hands on the levers in the way that maybe he would have liked. And so it was, I think he certainly developed his depth of knowledge that I think is unrivaled for a kind of Western politician. He also made an awful lot of really important contacts on all sides of the argument. And so I think it's a mixture of the things that took him into politics in the first place. He wants to make a difference. He gets excited and inspired and motivated by really big challenges. And above all, he thinks he can make a difference. So, people can call it whatever they want. I think that's the motivation.
As we spoke about earlier, the Good Friday Agreement, Tony Blair, he was instrumental to that. He was one of the linchpins who brought peace into Northern Ireland. He got the IRA to put down their arms. Can he convince Hamas to do the same?
Well, you can see the obvious parallels, but I could also say that there are massive differences. I mean, because of your own personal background, you know how difficult that was, you know how bitter the hatreds were. But I think within the context of what's been going on in the Middle East, I think the divisions are in many ways even deeper. I think the hatreds are possibly deeper. But I think what Tony brought to the Good Friday Agreement negotiations, and I think what is needed now, and to be fair to Trump, for whom I'm not a big fan, and to be fair to Netanyahu, what they've put down on paper is, I think, the makings of a plan. It's the possible beginnings of a plan. What I think Tony Blair would be very, very good at is understanding the complexities that arise insofar as they relate to everybody. And, decommissioning in the Northern Ireland context was one of the most difficult issues without a doubt, really difficult. And it took time. And it took, when you say, could he persuade Hamas, in the end, what happened within the context of the IRA is that the IRA had to persuade the IRA. There had to be people who were respected to, listened to, felt to be part of the IRA family, as it were, but who then were persuadable that this was the right way to go forward, to pursue their objectives through political means rather than through means of violence. Now, so the conversation, this is why I think it's unrealistic to put this piece of paper down and say within 72 hours, I want to know what you say, and then now saying by Sunday, I've got to have an answer or all hell will break loose. There will be lots of discussions going on, I'm imagining, amongst Hamas and their supporters and their allies and their proxies and all the rest of it. So put it this way, it would not just be down to Tony Blair, but the real persuasion has to go on internally. And that will get signals. We're already getting some conflicting signals. You're getting some people who say that they're Hamas sources briefing one section of the media saying this is a non-starter. You get others who say, well, it might be a starter. So that's where that discussion matters. And, all I'm saying is that if and when these things start to fall into place, I think it would not be a bad thing to have Tony around.
And speaking of President Trump, as you did, he seems very intent on being a peacemaker. Are you surprised by this?
Well, I mean, he fought a campaign in talking about ending wars, ending these forever wars. And I mean, I certainly see somebody who has got this obsession with winning a Nobel Peace Prize. But I think when he talks about the conflicts that he says he's ended, I think life's a bit more complicated than that. And I think there are three conflicts at the moment. But there are plenty of conflicts in the world, but the three that it seems to me require the greatest political focus, where the focus from outside and including from the United States can be brought to bear: Russia, Ukraine, Gaza, and I would also argue Sudan, which is getting next to no attention in the Western media at all, but where the scale of horror and devastation is mind-blowing. Now, I think if you go through those and ask yourself honestly, have things improved? Have the expectations that Donald Trump set when he became president been met? Then I think it's hard to answer that in the affirmative. Ukraine, he said he was going to sort in 24 hours. Now, that may have been a figure of speech, but it wasn't a very careful figure of speech. And you've seen a lot happening. You've seen a lot of diplomatic activity. You saw Putin go to Alaska and have that meeting with Trump. And you saw all sorts of promises of progress that flowed from that, which don't really seem to have been materialized. And likewise, I think what we're seeing in Gaza is off the scale in terms of the suffering of the people there. And I'm not convinced that just putting down a 20-point plan that frankly raises a lot more questions than it at this stage answers. Yes, it shows effort. Yes, it shows commitment. And clearly it's a good thing that he stays engaged in that. But I think in terms of anybody who's ever been involved in a difficult, complicated peace process, I know Trump does things differently and he's been successful at that politically. But I think once you just start thinking you can make the threats, do the bombast, slap the law down and say this happens or, it's my way or the highway, I'm not convinced that's necessarily the best way to go.
Trump has spoken a lot about the Nobel Peace Prize. If he does bring peace to the Middle East, does he deserve it?
Well, look, there was a great phrase, a great sentence uttered by one of Donald Trump's predecessors, Harry Truman, who said it's amazing what a small group of men can achieve provided nobody cares who gets the credit. Why are we even talking about it in the context of whether he gets a prize or not? That's what I mean about people's motivations. When Tony Blair was doing the Northern Ireland peace process, I mean, as it happens, as you know, John Hume and David Trimble, John from the SDLP and David from the Unionist side, they did win the Nobel Peace Prize. And yeah, that was a good thing and it was thoroughly deserved. But I think the idea that that's the motivation for doing this is just all wrong. And it suggests to me frankly, a debate we shouldn't even be having. And this is why I think a lot of people do question the motivation.
Does the motivation matter?
Peace to the Middle East.
Does the motivation matter? If he brings about peace, does he deserve it?
Well, that's down to the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, and lots of people get nominated. In my view, yeah. I mean, the short answer is that if an enduring peace comes to the Middle East, and if we end up with a situation where Israelis and Palestinians live peacefully and in harmony side by side, then a lot of people who have brought that about will be worthy nominees for all the prizes going, okay? Why I say it doesn't, the motivation is that he reveals virtually every time he speaks about this an obsession with winning a prize. I remember Bill Clinton used to say that sometimes you see politicians and they think they need a blue ribbon for the job. The job is the blue ribbon. You're the most powerful person in the world. You've got an awful lot of power that you can put to good use. Focus on that rather than worrying about whether 5 people in Norway, because that's what it is, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, whether 5 people in Norway decide that your claim to the Nobel Peace Prize is greater or lesser than somebody else. I just think it's a distortion of a debate about something incredibly important.
And if it weren't Trump, Tony Blair, he may be eligible for the award.
Well, same answer, same question. I think, as you said in your introduction, Tony Blair's role in Northern Ireland was heroic and historic. And I think that matters more than whether you get this award or that award. I really do.
Tony Blair has said in the past, you can't make real progress without dealing with Hamas. This is something that really is going to stick in the craw of all of the negotiations.
Well, you say it's going to stick in the craw of all the negotiations. You know, we're talking about a lot of people, a lot of different vested interests, a lot of different countries and organizations who really feel that they have a stake in the outcome of this. And some of them will like some of the people involved and others will dislike them. Some of them will appreciate things that some of the people involved say and others will not. That is just part of any political process. And far more important is whether you can develop the principles on which peace can be built and whether then you can put together the process that allow that to be met. And, you know, what I saw in the Gaza plan that Trump set forward was the possibilities of that. But what I don't think you can say there is a thought through plan with all the answers ready made. This is a conflict that's gone on for a long time. It's been particularly heightened since October the 7th, and the situation now in Gaza is off the scale horrific. And anybody who really wants to, anybody who has the chance to make a difference in that context, I think should. And I would support anybody who comes in from whichever side they're coming from, who wants to get to a place where there is a peaceful outcome to a horrific war. And so I think we should focus on that. We should actually not run away from the fact that it's complicated. It is complicated. And the reason why I don't necessarily think the best way to go around it is to ultimatums and threats and all the rest of it is because it makes it, and this is what populism does, it makes something that is horrendously complicated, it makes us think that it should be simple to resolve. And I think that that is just not a sensible way to go.
Is this another case of Western powers imposing solutions on the region?
Well, it's certainly a case of a Western power, the United States, being in a position where everybody involved has kind of bought into this idea that Donald Trump has a significant role within this, and he does. Now, I think one of the things that's been detrimental to not just to this situation, but virtually all of the really difficult situations around the world is that there has been an undermining of the United Nations. I think that there's been this sense that the United Nations is there to do humanitarian, it's there to do disaster relief, it's there to try and get food in and so forth. But actually, in terms of the politics, it's been very, very focused on the United States. And as I said earlier, I think it would have been better had there been at least some Palestinian input in a way that allowed them then to be part of that process from the word go, as opposed to there's Trump, there's Netanyahu, here's a plan, 72 hours, take it or leave it.
Moving to UK politics now, you were very much, and in my opinion, you still are, a stalwart figure of the Labour movement, especially post-1997. You, a master of communication, what is your opinion of how the Keir Starmer government has fared?
Well, he's had a tough time. There's no doubt about that. I don't live or die by opinion polls, but I take a look at them, and right now they're not good. And I think he's inherited. 1997, as you mentioned, when Tony Blair became Prime Minister, and I worked alongside him. We inherited. There were a lot of problems in the economy and in our public services and our relations with the rest of the world, which we had to fix. But I would argue that the landscape that Keir Starmer inherited just over 12 months ago was far, far worse. We've had over a decade of very, very sluggish growth. We've had public services that are frankly on their knees. And the first year has been difficult, no doubt about that. And we've also, frankly, had to pick up the pieces of Brexit. And Labour are trying to fix some of that. I think that the conference they had last week went well by their, from their perspective. I think they were able to steady the ship in terms of all the stuff that had been around about Keir Starmer's leadership. I think there was a pretty clear direction about what they want to do for the country, and they had a much clearer sense of who the enemy was. And that is this sort of right-wing nationalist populism that's represented in the UK by Nigel Farage. So, I think if I was summing it up, I would say a very tough first year, not going to get much easier in the second year, but the direction clearer than it was, and we're a long way off the next election.
And yourself, as a master of PR, what advice would you give to Keir Starmer?
I don't think it's about PR in the end. I mean, look, I think the government could communicate better, there's no doubt about that. But, and again, the landscape for communication is a lot more complicated than it was when I was around.
There was no social media.
I think I would say be bolder and there was no social media. 24/7 news was really just starting, as opposed to now when it's kind of omnipresent and proliferation of channels. I also think the public have become, not least because of social media, become maybe more demanding, less forgiving, less understanding, less tolerant of politicians. But I would say be bolder and be more confident. You've got a big majority, use it to deliver the change that you said you were going to do, and be bold and confident in how you go about that.
Are you finished with frontline politics? Have you ever been tempted to go back, or have you ever been approached to go back?
Well, I don't know. It's funny. I don't know how you define frontline politics. I'm still involved in politics. I do co-present the UK's top podcast. The rest is Politics, which is a way of staying involved in politics. I work with different politicians and different governments and parties in different parts of the world. I just do it in a different way. Would I be tempted to go back and try to help the Labour government now? I speak to a lot of their senior politicians often. I give advice if I'm asked to. But I actually do think that the landscape of politics has changed so much that I'd like to hope there are people half my age who know twice as much about the way that the modern media works. So I'll let them get on with it.
I think that's willful thinking, Alistair. Andy Burnham, there's been a lot of talk about him. He appears to be waiting in the wings. Do you think he could become the Prime Minister one day?
Well, look, Andy's a very, very good Mayor of Manchester. He's a very effective political leader. And, I think the more we have good politicians in politics, the better. But I think that the one thing that got pretty well settled at the conference in the last few days is that Keir Starmer is going to be in there for some time.
Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform UK, he's someone who's not struggling in the polls. In fact, they're soaring. Does this puzzle you, especially after his role in Brexit?
Well, I'm puzzled. I am puzzled in part because of Brexit, because the fact is that Nigel Farage he's been on the scene for a long time. European Parliament, and then I think 8 elections. He tried to get into the Westminster Parliament, finally made it last time round. He's a very effective campaigner. He's a very effective communicator. But his one big contribution to British history so far is the central role he played in Brexit. Brexit, which he's now promising vote reform and will make your life better. People should remember, he said, give us Brexit and we'll make your life better. It's taken 5% out of the economy. It's made Britain poorer and weaker and less respected in the world. And that is on Nigel Farage. So I think his relative success, and I wouldn't overstate it, he's doing pretty well in the polls at the moment. And he's doing so because he is picking up an awful lot of support from people who are just, frankly, think the Conservatives totally lost the plot, which they did, which is why they got hammered in the last election. And he's picking up some support, less than from the Tories, but some support from people who were Labour and wanted more from Labour when they came into power. But there's a long way to go to the election. And I think that there are so many. The more Nigel Farage starts to think he could be Prime Minister, and the more that the public start to think that might be a realistic option, the more that the scrutiny and the pressure will be applied. And over 3 years, I will happily come back and talk to you in 3 years' time. And if he's still soaring in the polls, to use your phrase, I'd be surprised. OK, but we'll see. Politics, it's volatile. It's very unpredictable right now. Labour still has a big majority. They can do things. They should get on and do those things. They should fix the economy, fix public services, continue to repair the damage that Farage and Johnson and co did through Brexit. And then we'll see where we are in 3 years.
And speaking of Johnson, as you just did, do you think he is the one to revive the Conservative Party?
I think if the Tories brought back Boris Johnson, they really do have a death wish.
We're just out of time. Alistair Campbell, thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. All the best.
First of all, we are very excited to have this regional hub established in Riyadh. It coincides also with a 50-year partnership that has been extremely productive over the years. But I see it actually as a bigger undertaking. As you know, the World Bank is probably best known for its financial support to developing countries, but we are at the same time also a knowledge bank. We have gathered an enormous amount of experience, knowledge of different development experience from Asia to Africa to Latin America. And so we would like that, to put the whole knowledge bank on a new level. That means how we work with each other, how we experiences are shared, and we would like to do that together with the countries. So therefore, I think it is very important that we capture the richness of the diversity of the membership. And this means that Saudi Arabia has some very interesting experiences, development experience that it could share with the world. Equally, we would like to continue with a strong advisory role to the Saudi government. So we thought that first this comes all nicely together, but we would not want to see that only Saudi specific, but that Saudi Arabia has a role to play regionally and globally, and we very much welcome this role.
Can you give us an update on the Global Knowledge Hub, which was recently established in Saudi Arabia about a year ago, and what role did it play in job creation?
Well, what is very important is what the Saudi government has been doing, for example, on the digital agenda, as well as artificial intelligence. I saw firsthand, for example, the Seha hospital, that is the first virtual hospital and is serving 230 hospitals here in the kingdom. This is actually fascinating because it is not only a great experience here, but it could be a very important experience for countries that have similar challenges around the globe. Another example is how the Saudi government has been easing doing business for startups, how to set up companies. You can here now set up a company within minutes. I saw that yesterday, and I was quite impressed about this. And I asked also which other countries have that ability. And right now there is no country that can actually establish a company that fast. So these are type of experience where we think that this knowledge hub is going to be important. Now, how does that link then to the jobs agenda? Clearly, if you are encouraging young kids to start companies, and you have to go through an everlasting bureaucratic slew of regulations that you cannot even quickly establish a company, you're not going to encourage entrepreneurship, but also investing. I think these are the type of things where we are seeing that it is important to create the enabling conditions for investment, for entrepreneurship, for initiative. And I think these are very valuable lessons that we can learn, and what we hope also to see certainly in Saudi Arabia, that it will also have a great effect on the labor market.
In an ever-shifting environment and with the constant changes happening in the job market, what role does the World Bank play in job creation, and to what extent does the private sector contribute to the availability of opportunities?
So first, the dimensions. In the next 10 years, about 1.2 billion young people will reach the labor market. Projections, which should not be destiny, suggest that only 400 million will find jobs. So there's a huge gap. So that means, how can we actually close that gap, create actually opportunity, but also hope for the new generation to thrive in life? That means that the World Bank has been saying we should all focus laser sharp on job creation, particularly for young people, and we have to do that through different angles. One is clearly to create the enabling environment. What you have been doing, for example, to ease the opening of a firm is a great way of starting. Secondly, we will need enabling investments that can be from education to infrastructure is very important. But then certainly the public sector will not create the jobs that are needed. It will be the private sector. So there we need to see what is actually prevented the private sector to actually do even more than what they are doing now. And that means to look at issues that constrain their activities, but also to see how can we actually encourage them to embrace digitalization, AI, discover foreign markets. So those kind of things will need to be done. We are actually active in all of those three areas. The World Bank is also actually a World Bank group, so we have two strong private sector arms and two public sector arms. They will need to have to work together with governments, but also with the private sector to make it happen. We are actually quite optimistic that if we actually encourage this collaboration cross-border, but also across sectors, public and private sector, we have a good fighting chance to make progress. But we will need to work together, and we need to actually really use great experience across the globe, including in Saudi Arabia, to learn, adapt, and actually good experience. How can we scale that not only here, but elsewhere in the world?
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.